What game you know? What you buy back now? Yeah. They told me, yeah, official. You didn't go for now. Yeah, what is the work on the account for? Yeah, say, yeah, already, who does for here? I'll show you. Like,
Hello, hello.
Madam Blessing, we can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Okay, because I was just hearing some inaudible sound. I just wanted
Yeah,
to know if
I think somebody was talking in the background. Maybe they are testing the mic. I'm not sure, but I can hear you.
okay. All right, sir. Thank you, sir.
I think the host should mute everybody. I don't know, somebody is talking in the background so that there will not be any distraction during the meeting. They should just mute everybody. Nobody should be able to talk. Only the host should be able to talk and unmute somebody.
No problem. Pè mí láàárọ̀ Monday.
Kua, I'm with you. Kua, I'm
Thank you. Everybody just.
ọmọ ọgá so tí bá fi parí sáfìsì ẹ yọjú sọ́dọ̀ Kọ́lá àtọ Farouk ó pa parí sáfìsì ẹ lọ́sùn. Ọ̀ṣun ni náà ẹ̀kan sọ pé ṣáìdì ọ̀nà bí oko kan. Ṣé náà ìdíbi kí wọ́n máa lè.
There's no voice. So we are not hearing anything. Or I'm not hearing anything. Oh.
Hey, Mary, can you hear me?
Good morning, Rowan. I think I can hear you from here.
Hey, good morning. Thanks.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I welcome you all to Leadpreneur Global Conference. Just want to inform everyone that in the next 5 minutes, we'll kickstart the program. Let's wait for others to
Good morning, sir.
All right, Mr. Kwayemi, please, could you please mute everybody on this call so that only the host and the guest speaker can talk? Different people are just unmute their mic and say different things.
Okay.
Good morning, everybody. All right, so we are starting the program right away. Taiwo, please, Taiwo Dabuniyo, please start.
All right. Good morning, everyone. I believe we can all hear me. We are going
Good
to start
morning,
right
sir.
away. Let us pray. I'm permitted to pray in my religion. I'm a Christian, so kindly permit me to do so. Father, we want to begin this Leadpreneur 2025. Father, we pray that you help us in the name of Jesus. We pray that you guide all the speakers that are going to speak to us today, that you're going to lead them aright in the name of Jesus. We pray that every single one of us that is here today to this program, you have brought us good speakers, seasoned speakers in the place of expertise. We pray that we're able to learn because they are going to be speaking to us when they are well of experience, from their lectorial of knowledge. We pray that each and every one of us will receive our own that will help us to be a good leader, to be a good entrepreneur, to be a successful one in the name of Jesus. And at the end of everything today, Lord, let your name alone be glorified. For in Jesus' mighty name we prayed. Amen.
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 Amen. Amen.
Okoyemi, please unmute yourself. We can't hear what you are saying.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, we can hear you. Go.
All right, my name is Oluwole Opeyemi. I'm the Leadpreneur Coordinator 2025. It is a privilege to welcome you all to Leadpreneur Global Conference 2025. You are all welcome to this great program. Also, it is my honor to welcome everyone, and I'm excited to bring you to this wonderful program. Also, I will also want to appreciate everyone who has joined us from the onset, who has been part of the program. I welcome you, everyone. We are truly honored by your presence and excited by these occasions that bring us together. It is time for us to connect, to reflect and collaborate, and I hope today will be an inspiring and engaging and also a memorable moment for us all. Let us make this most of this opportunity to learn, to share, and to grow together. Thank you all once again. Also, I want to use this opportunity to recognize our honorable speakers of these great occasions and great event in person of Mr. Kele Shideka. Mr. Are you in the house? Can you recognize your presence, sir? Mr. Kele Shideka. If you are with us, please can you recognize your presence?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. From this part of the world, I'm very excited to be with you this morning, and I hope I'll be able to give value, and people will also get value. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We are honored to have you. And also, we recognize the presence of our mommy in the house, the great engineer and the great brain behind the Leadpreneur Global Conference is Mrs. Dr. Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle. We recognize your presence, ma'am. Can you greet the house?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. I also recognize our next speaker, in person of Mr. Olaniyi. Are you with us? We recognize your presence, Mr. Olaniyi. Mr. Olaniyi Soyinka, are you here with us? Okay. All right, maybe he's not yet here. Let me recognize our next speaker, Mr. Ambassador Orioye Benedict, the advisor, special advisor to the state governor or governors on those state governor. Please, are you with us? Recognize your presence. Okay, maybe we're waiting for him to join us while the program is going on. And also, I would like to recognize Mr. Rohan Patrice. Are you with us? Mr.
Hey.
Rohan, please,
Yeah,
okay, you
nice
are
to meet you guys. Thanks so much for inviting me.
All right, we recognize your presence. All right, thank you, everyone. Once again, I appreciate you. I appreciate your presence. All right, I will be handing over to the moderators of this great event in persons of Blessing.
Opeyemi Oluwole. What about Mr. Adewale Adekunle?
Okay, we recognize our distinguished honorable among us today in persons of Mr. Adewale Adekunle. Is the CEO of Superbrand. Is the CEO of sorry, I'm trying to get the CEO of sorry, hold on.
Thank you very much. I'm the CEO of Mega Wireless Communication. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank everyone.
All right, welcome you all. Welcome everyone. So I invite the host of this great event, Dr. Yetunde Taiwo. Please. You have your floor, ma.
Fashola, please take over. God bless you. Hello, Opeyemi Oluwole. Can you introduce the moderator for today, please?
I welcome the moderators of this great event in persons of Blessing Fashola. Please, can we have you on board?
Good morning to everyone. Can we all hear me? Am I audible enough?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. I am Fashola Blessing, just as you have said, and I'm the official moderator. Good morning. Thank you. You can mute your mics. I'm the official moderator for Leadpreneur Global Virtual Conference 2025. And I count it as an opportunity, a privilege to welcome us all once again. Just as we've prayed, God Almighty will open our knowledge in Jesus' name. Yes, right about now, we're going to be moving on to the opening speech by our own mama, a woman of excellence, Dr. Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Blessing Fashola. God bless you. All right. As the media team are preparing to hear my speech, I would like to read from here. Distinguished guests, esteemed delegates, and fellow global citizens, it is with immense pleasure and honor that I welcome you to Leadpreneur Global Virtual Conference 2025. As we gather virtually today, we transcend borders, industries, and backgrounds, united by a shared pursuit of innovation, collaboration, and progress. In this era of unprecedented change, our conference team, Leadpreneur 25, has never been more relevant than now. We will explore cutting-edge insights, best practices, and transformative ideas that will shape the future of our industries and communities. As we embark on this journey, I encourage you to engage, share, and connect with fellow delegates from around the world. Let us leverage this platform to forge meaningful relationships, spark new ideas, and drive collective growth. To our esteemed speakers, panelists, and partners, I extend my deepest gratitude for your expertise, insights, and commitment to this event. Your contributions will undoubtedly inspire, educate, and empower our global community. And to our delegates, I offer a warm welcome. May your participation in this conference be a catalyst for innovation, a springboard for new opportunities, and a memorable experience that stays with you long after our virtual doors closes. Let us begin this extraordinary journey together. Now, I declare the Leadpreneur Global Virtual Conference 2025 open. Shalom. Dr. Yetunde Taiwo, convener of Leadpreneur Annual Global Conference. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a powerful speech. Can we react to that, please? Let's go to reactions. Let's appreciate her for that powerful welcoming speech. Thank you, Ma. Dr. Yetunde Taiwo, we appreciate you. More strength. Okay, without wasting much of our time, we are going to be moving on to have our first speaker. That is in person of Mr. Kelechi Deka Anyanwu, Editor-in-Chief, Africa Economic Magazine. Mr. Kelechi Deka is a global multilingual development journalist with special emphasis on the global economy, geopolitics, human development, and Africa. As a journalist, he has covered the United Nations General Assembly consecutively for 25 years, the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank Group for 25 years, the African Union Heads of State Summit for 28 years, African Development Bank Group consecutively for 26 years, and Africa Export and Import Bank for 27 years. He has huge institutional knowledge of this multilateral development and financial institution. In course of his job, he has traveled extensively to 78 countries across 5 continents. He has co-authored country investment reports for 25 countries in Africa and has worked on different development reports and projects for bilateral and multilateral development agencies. He has also conducted high-level interviews of presidents and top global leaders under the auspices of the African Union Commission, AUC, and the World Bank Institute. He's a graduate of foreign language and literatures from University of Nigeria, Nsukka. He's presently the editor-in-chief of the African Economy Magazine, Banking and Finance in Africa, and the IMF World Bank Annual Meetings Daily. Aside from his daily job, he is an amateur wildlife photographer and a conservationist. With a huge online followership, he writes a lot on animals, travels, and tourism, culinary culture, automobiles, cultural economics, and economic history of Igbo, Nigeria, and Africa. He is married and a father of 4 highly adventurous young men. With this profile, let's welcome together Mr. Kelechi Deka as he takes us on the topic, the power of narrative, strong storytelling for business growth. You are welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much for that wonderful introduction, Madam Fashola Blessing. Thank you for the convener of this special gathering. I call it the Gathering of Egos. And thank you, everyone, all the presenters that are going to deliver presentations and make speeches here today. And I hope and I look forward to a great occasion and a great meeting with each and every one of you. And I strongly believe that by the end of this event, so many people will leave here getting enough value, getting more knowledgeable, getting more information, and also getting wisdom from it. And because that's why we are all gathered here. I did, if you look at the flyer, I should have been the last speaker, but because of the event I'm attending, I'm presently in Washington, D.C. for the IMF World Bank annual general meetings. And because of the time differences, I have presentations to make early this morning. So I asked the convener for her indulgence so that we'll swap it, so that I will do my own earlier. Basically, storytelling is what I do. I'm in the business of storytelling. I prepared something very short, which I would like to go through and share with you. Then after that, I will try and weave the story around it and try to bring it home to some of the narratable events that most of us can, link up with. Because if you're in business, you are not just your own chief marketing officer, but you are also your chief storyteller. You are the one who kind of brooded that business into fruition. So you're the one, nobody should be able to tell the story of that business more than you do. As I've been doing here over the last 1 week in these meetings, part of what I'm doing here is to get in touch with African leaders. I've been able to speak to up to 26 finance ministers and central bank governors across Africa in the last 1 week to see how we can change the perception about Africa, how we can use the positive stories in Africa to push across, to use it to drown the negative stories that are surrounding the continents. Basically now, I've moved from talking about storytelling for business and products. What I'm doing now over the last 5 years is storytelling for countries, for people, for races, for continents. And I've been doing it for African countries. And that's what I'm marketing here in Washington, D.C. So let me go straight to what I prepared, because yesterday when I was discussing with the convener about what I'm going to the focus of my presentation this morning. So I went down and tried to put some things down. I would like to share it with you. Then immediately as I finish that, then I will try to balance it with some of the things we can narrate back home and things that are closer to us. Storytelling is the most human thing there is to marketing and narrating perspectives in business. It is the ultimate tool for moving beyond transactional relationship and building emotional human connections with your audience. Our brains, the human brains, are hardwired for stories. They help us process information, remember details, and feel empathy. Why is this so? This is so because stories cut through the noise. In a world saturated with advertisement and sales pitches, a genuine story stands out. It captures attention where a list of features fails. Also, it makes you memorable. People forget statistics. People forget numbers. When you go and you do your PowerPoint presentation and you read out numbers, you read out statistics, and everybody's saying, wow, wow, wow. By the time they walk out from that room, by the time they walk out from that event or that presentation, they forget all the numbers you highlighted there, but they remember the stories. So if you fail to push those numbers with stories, they will forget the numbers and not have anything to do with what you presented. So that's why if you kind of wear the numbers in a clothes of stories, people will remember those stories. And when they remember the stories, they will be able to remember the number. A compelling narrative makes your brand stick in a customer's mind. That's why storytelling is very important. Storytelling also builds emotional connection. Stories trigger the release of neurotransmitters like oxytocin, which is the empathy chemical in our brains. When people feel an emotional connection, they are more likely to trust you and become loyal advocates. Storytelling also simplifies complex ideas. A story can make a complicated product or service relatable. Instead of explaining how a technology works, you can show us how it solves a real-time problem. And that's what people, guess at, how does it solve a real-time problem? For some of you who were older, who are older here and followed a lot of trends in marketing communications, when Apple was launched, you found out how Steve Jobs didn't go into telling people about the technology surrounding Apple products and all those things. He went straight to storytelling and telling you how that thing you are holding in your hand is going to change the whole world. And he tried to build a story about how the slimness, the slimness of the product he was marketing. He weaved all his stories around what it's going to do, how it's going to impact people, and how it is going to change the world. He didn't take us into the complicated technology because he knew that if he had gone through that route, a lot of people would lose attention. So he maintained in what the product was about to solve and how the product was going to change the whole narrative within the technology communication industry. Another thing that storytelling does is it fosters brand identity and values. Your brand story isn't just what you sell, it is why you exist. It communicates your mission, your values, and purpose, attracting customers who share different beliefs. Sometimes people don't understand that customers and consumers make decisions beyond packaging. If people identify with your story, if people identify with the idea you're trying to sell, you will find out that they will be attracted to your products more than through that story and through that identification than through the packaging. You can package a very beautiful product, but if people cannot have a connection with that product, the story behind that product, it will be very hard for them to link up to that product. And what are the major elements of a powerful brand story, if we may ask? First and foremost, the most important element of a powerful brand story is that it must have a relatable character. This is often your customer who is the hero, not your brand. Your brand acts as a guide or a mentor to your customer. Second, there must be a problem, the villain. The villain is the customer's pain point, frustration, or desire. It could be wasted time, a feeling of insecurity, clutter, or a lack of freedom. Like when you ask yourself, why do customers move from one product to another product? Let me give you an example. I might not call names of those brands for obvious reasons. There is this bottled water that's popular in Lagos that they used to buy in my office. But something, I found out that every time that water seemed to be so filled to the brim. I don't know who gave them that idea. The water is so filled to the brim that anytime you try to uncork it, immediately you uncork it, some of the water will splash and pour on your body. some of you might know what I'm talking about. They always feel it. I don't know. Maybe their brand marketers or their production people think that if people see that their water is always filled to the brim, they will say that this one brings value. But it does not bring value. Anytime you try to uncork it, if you're not careful, the thing will be so stiff, and when you eventually try to open it, it will pour on your body. When that thing happened to me first, second, and third time, I gave an order in the office that they should stop buying that water. When I checked the quantity we always order in the office every week, then you will know the number of customers they have lost from that simple issue. And I don't think I'm the only one that noticed that thing or had that frustration point. A lot of other people might have it, and that was why I moved. I told Duffy, get another one. We moved to another one, and for close to a year, that's the one we've been buying. So that's how these things work. There's a problem. So that's the customer's pain point and the frustration. If you identify a problem and solve it, or the competitor solve the problem better, the customer is going to go to the competitor that solved the problem better. So that's that aspect. Then there is also a journey and a struggle. The character tries to overcome a problem but faces obstacles, decreases tension, and makes resolution satisfying. When you hear about the story of Colonel Sanders when he was when he founded Kentucky Fried Chicken, when he was frying by the roadside, if you read about the story, he will tell you that there were days he would stand by the roadside frying chicken, and after frying all the stuff there, maybe only 2 or 3 people will come to buy, and he will go home with all the chicken and nobody's buying it, and he was losing business. Along the line, he started sharing those unsold chicken to people. And it was people that ate those chicken, people that got the free chicken that started coming back and start asking for more. That's that angle, there's that resolution, that's that journey and struggle. So your story should it should have a journey and your struggle embedded in it, so that when people link up to this, then they will be able to identify with your product. Then there's also a resolution, which is a transformation. Your product or service provides the solution, helping the character overcome the struggle and achieve a transformation. The focus is on the new feeling or state the customer achieves. There's also a clear moral angle to your story. It should be the call to action. The story should implicitly or explicitly guide the audience on what to do next to experience the same transformation. Then the issue we have to ask ourselves is that how do we craft a brand story that will resonate with the market and that will also link up with our audience and our customer? First and foremost, you have to know your audience. Who are you talking to? What are your fears? What are their fears? What are their dreams? What are their expectations? What are their daily struggles? Your story must resonate with their story. For a customer to link up to you, your story must resonate with their story. If you have read a lot about marketing communications, and there was a story, even they made it into a movie, the big Pepsi story, how Pepsi turned the tide against Coca-Cola by shifting away from white consumers to black consumers. But first and foremost, before Pepsi, was able to, pull out this coup d'etat or coup de grace, as you might call it, first and foremost, they opened the doors for black workers. And this was a time when so many, the competitor, Coca-Cola, didn't want to have black workers to be seen, to be identified with it. So their black workers then were working behind the scene, in the factory. They weren't coming out. But Pepsi hired black workers as salesmen, hired black workers as distributors, hired black workers as people who are become the face of the company. And when you see, when other black people, African American people saw truck drivers driving Pepsi, salesmen or for Pepsi, and distributors for Pepsi, they identified with the people who looks like them. They identify with the people who they believe know what they know. And before you know it, Pepsi cornered the huge market of African Americans, and they used it also as a springboard to enter into Africa. And before Coca-Cola knew what was happening, they have lost a substantial quantity of their market. So you have to know your audience. Then another thing is that define your core message. What is the single most important thing you want to communicate? We empower creativity. We bring families together. We simplify life. So your payoff line, should be able to identify with the thing you want to communicate. And your whole story must be, packaged in just a very short line. Maybe we simplify life. We bring families together. We empower creativity. So those are some of the things people are easily relate with. Another thing, you have to choose your story archetype. Many great stories fall into classic patterns. Which one fits your brand? You have to identify the story that fits your brand. You remember the time I've written about this on different occasions. When I write about cars and the history of cars, the history of automobile has taught me so much about brand marketing. You remember the time, Ferruccio Lamborghini went to Ferrari to try to tell him about the clutch of his cars, that if he does the clutch of his cars in this way, that he bought about 3 Ferraris, and he likes Ferrari, but that the man should adjust the clutch and the gear system. And Ferrari looked at him and said, you are a tractor builder and you want to tell me something about cars. Why not go and first building your tractors instead of telling me about cars? Then Ferruccio Lamborghini got angry. When he got home, he did not eat for 2 days. He was thinking, and the wife asked him, what is the problem? He said that he received the greatest insult of his life today. So the wife asked him, what are you going to do about it? Think of what to do about it instead of sitting down here sulking. Respond and react in a positive way. And what did Ferruccio Lamborghini do? He went and called his engineers together, the people that were building tractors, and tell them that from today, we are going to be building cars. How many people know about Lamborghini tractors today? Nobody. But everybody knows about Lamborghini cars. How did Lamborghini cars come about? It came about because a man felt he was insulted, that he wants to teach somebody a lesson. And today, Lamborghini cars, for over 50 years or so, has become the greatest competitor of Ferrari cars. That was how it was started. If you also listen about the competition between BMW and Mercedes-Benz, there are a lot of stories, back and forth concerning those two. And that's what has been keeping the competition going higher. So there is also the underdog story, the small passionate brand versus the giant impersonal corporation. That was what Apple used in 1984 ad when they came up and took on the big masquerades in the house. We also have the origin story, how and why the company was founded. If your story does not have any link to passion, that you came into business not just because others are going into business, you say, I want to become an entrepreneur. What brought you into entrepreneurship? What did you come to do? What service did you come to offer humanity? How did you arrive at the importance and the need to make things better? What was the driving force? What was the driving passion? You must have to have a driving passion behind why you came into business, because it is this passion that a lot of people are going to latch onto. And when they latch onto it, that is also the thing that's going to build your brand loyalty. We also have the challenge, maybe somebody is not doing something and you want to, come in and correct it. Like the story I told you about Lamborghini and Ferrari, it's also the same thing that Tesla came in, to challenge the automobile industry and got them to wake up. But in all this, you have to be authentic and human. You have to tell a story that shows your vulnerability and honesty, so that you'll be able to build trust. Don't be afraid to share failures and struggles on your journey. Perfect is boring. And you see a lot of people, their stories are so perfect. It's so boring. But being human is relatable. I remember the story I read sometime, about Femi Otedola, when he said, when he was talking about how he went into business of selling diesel, that some people supplied diesel to their house and they were bringing it in drums and containers, and when they were transferring it, the whole place was so messy. Diesel poured out in the whole compound and everywhere was so messy that later they have to ask people to bring detergent and they start washing the whole compound where diesel poured. And Femi Otedola said that he was looking at this thing and an idea came to him. Is there no way that people can supply diesel in a more dignified and decent way without messing up the compound of their customers? That was how the idea came to him, and he brought in tankers, where you bring in diesel and you just use a siphon direct to the container of your customer instead of all this, using funnel and pouring drum all here and there. That was how that thing came. And people related to that. If you also know about the story of ABC Transport, when ABC Transport came into the transport industry to take in the big giants like a Canadian Isuchukwu, the young shall grow, Chisco, and all of them. Some of you that were into that used to, because then almost everybody used road transport to move around Nigeria. Nigeria was safe and it was easy to move around with road transport. When you enter the normal luxurious bus, maybe going from Lagos to Abuja, going from Lagos to Onitsha or where, they used to have this smaller chair they put in between. They call it oberoche, oberego, which is small chair, small money. And they call it attachment. And whenever they put it there, it becomes a kind of, discomforting for the men passengers. And sometimes those people who paid small money will be the ones in the night, they want to sleep and they'll be leaning on you, making you, feeling so discomfortable. Then Frank Nage thought about the whole thing and said that, is there no way we can make road transportation, bus transportation in Nigeria to be so neat, so well organized that a lot of people who are in between affordability of airline and bus might choose to go with the bus? That was how he launched ABC Transport. And when he launched ABC Transport, he made it so special. He made it such that if you're going from Lagos to Abuja or anywhere, the way you are dressed, by the time you arrive in Abuja, your clothes, everything will be so clean. He brought in air-conditioned buses. He put in television in the buses. And he, started serving meals, started serving snacks in the buses. He transformed the whole thing because there's a problem that was there to be solved. And immediately he started it, you found out that the corporate people, people that don't want to get themselves dirty during traveling, everybody moved to ABC Transport. You're going to Lagos to Abuja, ABC, you're going to, and another thing he also did is that because some of those people, other transporters, what they were doing is that if until the whole bus is filled, the bus is not moving. So when they tell you that this bus is 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock bus, sometimes it might leave by 9 o'clock. But what ABC did is that even if it is 5 people for a bus that takes 50 people, if they say we are leaving by 6, we leave by 6. They did it for the first few days and, went at a loss. But when people found out that there was a bus company that is so willing to say our 6 o'clock is our 6 o'clock, our 7 o'clock is our 7 o'clock, people started buying tickets ahead of time. When you solve problem, it creates another opportunity. People started booking ahead of time, paying ahead of time. So sometimes by the time you get there, they tell you that the bus has been fully paid for. And they will tell you that if you're not here by 6, the bus leaves by 6. And when people find out that they are losing their money for not being there on time, it also changed their behavior. It leads to another behavioral change, and people started being at the bus station on time. You see how solving one problem leads to another open window, and it leads to another open window, leads to another open window. So when they found out that, instead of people coming in and they were going to buy snacks, going around, they started serving snacks inside their buses. So by serving snacks inside their buses, it opened another company within that company that was producing snacks. There was a time their snacks almost ran a gala out of the market. So you see how these things, when you come up with an idea that works, it creates another window of opportunity. When you solve that problem, it creates another window of opportunity. So one company can keep on building up subsidiaries around the whole value chain of transport industry. That was what ABC Transport did. You also have to, if you listen about the story of Cosmos and Charity Madoka that led to the establishment of Coscharis, you will see some of these things are relatable. So that's why it has to be authentic. It has to be human. Perfect is boring. So you have to have something that is human. But about another thing also, you have to use a multi-channel approach. Your story shouldn't live in one place. Weave it into your page, your About Us page. You have to tell that story in your About Us page. Also use the social media generously. The use of Instagram stories, reels, and posts to tell micro stories about customers, employees, and behind the scene moments. You capture all these things because as you grow in business, your audience also gets so varied. And as they get so varied, you keep on adjusting to find out which story links up to them, which story links up to different customers best. So that's why you have to have a multi-channel approach. Then there's also the video marketing, which is the most powerful medium of storytelling. A 2-minute video can convey more emotion than 10 pages of text. Video has been found to be one of the most effective way of telling stories. You have to use it. There has to be case studies also and testimonials. You have to have customer success stories. Get your loyal customers to say things about your products. Loyal customers, not all these AI-generated customers. There has to be loyal customers, people like if I come to a product now and I say that this product is very good, I've used it and all this kind of thing. People know me. People can reach out to me and ask me questions about that product, and I will tell them about that product. So some of you that prefer to use some of these unknown AI generated bots, to fill in your destiny, you are doing yourself a harm, because somebody like me, I'm meticulous enough that if you make a claim online, I'll go and check. I have time, and I waste a lot of time because I travel a lot. I can stay at airports for 4 hours and more. So when I'm at airport, I cross-check some of those things. And when I cross-check it, I will come to your page and just make one post disclaiming some of those things, and you lose customers. There are people who are crazy like me out there. So instead of going to be using unknown entities and to promote your product, make sure first that your product delivers what it says it delivers. Then get 1 or 2 or 3 people with integrity, or people whom others believe in, who people know their face, who people can relate with, who people can identify with, to give a backup, to say things, positive things about your product. And when they say this thing, it goes a long way. So that's why it's very important. Then email marketing also is very important. Use narrative to guide subscribers through a journey, not just blast promotions. Then another thing is about product descriptions. You have to frame features as benefits within a micro story instead of waterproof or say keep exploring no matter the weather. No, you have to do that. It's very, very important. Then you have to, okay, let's look at, I've given you some examples of, in Nigeria where some relatable stories help to push companies. Let's give you also some other real world examples where people use stories to, move their businesses. And these are organizations, and maybe some of you don't know about some of the stories behind some of these organizations. When you hear about Nike, just do it. That's why today, anywhere you see just do it, or you see that good mark, you don't need anybody to say that this is Nike. You don't need anybody, because the story isn't about shoes. It's about the athletes inside every one of us. It's about overcoming personal doubt, pushing limits, and achieving greatness. Their ads feature real relatable stories of struggle and triumph. So when you say, see, just do it is kind of appealing to that innate possibility in you that you can achieve anything you set your mind to achieve. That's why anytime you see just do it, there is something in you that tells you, yes, I can. And that's what Nike used. And they use it to sell shoes, but it is not about shoes. Then when you talk about Airbnb, and their payoff line is belong anywhere, which means any city you go to today, you can just use Airbnb and belong there and become an inhabitant of that city. And you've discovered how Airbnb changed the whole industry about booking accommodation and stuff like that. The story Airbnb moved beyond rent a room to selling the story of unique travel experience and human connection. Their marketing focuses on stories of hosts and the magical, authentic experiences guests have. So that's why they say belong anywhere. So what's that the takeaway? The takeaway is that they sell the feeling of belonging and adventure, not just about accommodation. Then when you also look about it, think about in the cosmetic industry, you know about Dove products. Their payoff line is real beauty. Dove challenged the stereotypical definition of beauty in the cosmetics industry. Their real beauty sketches campaign told a powerful story about self-perception and the gap between how we see ourselves and how others see us. When Dove came out with that advertisement campaign, they kind of changed the perception about beauty from what people think beauty is to the individual. What do you think beauty is? So they pushed it, to you to be the one to determine whether you're beautiful or not. And who wouldn't want to be known to be beautiful? So everybody bought into it. They built an empire by aligning with social cause and telling emotional resonance stories about real women. And everybody bought into it. I've talked about the Apple challenge, the underdog and the innovator, from their iconic 1984 ad positioning the liberator against conforming system to its ongoing narrative of challenges the status quo with beautiful, simple design. Steve Jobs came up and highlighted that their designs must be so simple, simplicity, but so beautiful in that simplicity. So when we have highlighted all these things, what are the common pitfalls? What should you avoid, in all these
Well done,
things?
sir. Please kindly check your direct message, sir.
What are the things you should avoid in conclusion when you want to market your product, when you want to tell your stories? There are things you have to avoid. You have to stay away from if you want to push very authentic, relatable human stories. First is it is being all about you. Remember that the customer is the hero. Don't talk about how great your company is, but focus about how great your company will make the customer feel. Another thing is faking it. Don't try to fake it. Don't try to be what you're not. Don't try to push ideas or perceptions that you are not. Don't ever try to do it because customers can spot inauthenticity from a mile away. Your story must be grounded in truth. Like I told you how I used to go online. If somebody is marketing a product and there's a lot of claims about people, they say, I've used it, I've done this, and I will go from place to place searching for those people that say those things. I open their page, go to their profile. By the time you open their profile, you'll find out that majority of those accounts were opened within the same period of time. Not everybody have the kind of time that I have on my hand, and not everybody is as crazy as I am to go and check all these things. But if I catch you, you are done. So there are also crazy people like me out there. So try to be very authentic and try to make your story be grounded on truth. Also, don't make it too complex. People are not interested. Now if you study, if you've been reading a lot about the attention span, you'll find out that our attention span has been dropping. It has been dropping. That's why people don't read long text. People don't go those. They want micro. Just deliver it in small amount for them. So keep it simple. Keep it clear. Focus on one core message. Forgetting the so what. Every story must connect back to the value you provide for your customer. What is in it for them? The customer must know what is in it for them. So storytelling is not, in conclusion, storytelling is not just a marketing tactic. It is strategic framework on how you communicate. By shifting from story features to telling stories that matter, you stop being just another vendor and start becoming a brand that people believe in. Remember, you are the architect, you are the promoter, you are the chief marketing officer of your brand. And if you tell your story, the stories you tell about your brand is the stories that are going to stick with your brand. Thank you so much.
Wow. A round of applause for our speaker. Thank you, sir, Mr.
Wow,
Ketu.
wow, great.
Let's open our mics.
Excited. Hey.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
That was
Thank you so
wonderful.
much, sir. Thank you so much.
Wow. My
That's
head is
that's
filled
a
up, sir.
priceless
Thank
message.
you.
All
Great
right. All right.
presentation.
That's a
okay.
priceless message
Thank
to
you.
us. We really appreciate it. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate the comments. So without further wasting of our time, if you have any question, please signify, react, raise your hands. Let's know if you have any question. We have just few minutes. We took out of his time. That's why we gave him a bit of extension. Subsequently, we keep up to time. So please, let's react if you have any.
Fashola, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Any question, please? Okay, if there is no question, then we move on to our next speaker. I believe we are all ready for this. As for me, my daughter is already getting filled from that powerful section. So, and I'm excited that we are having another powerful section right now. And this is coming from no other person than our own mama, a symbol of excellence. That's what I call her, because in whatever she does, she has proven to be the best. Okay, I'm talking person of Dr. Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle. She is a woman of vision, influence, impact. When the story of transformative leadership and women who shape nations is told, one name will always stand tall, which is Dr. Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle, a true definition of resilience and excellence. Dr. Taiwo is the convener and host of Leadpreneur Global Conference, a platform that has empowered thousands of entrepreneurs and emerging leaders across Africa. A graduate of the Federal University of Technology, Akure, she has continued to revolve around leadership through multi-global and local institutions, including Digital Leadership Academy, America Internet Business School, Women Leadership Institute, Lagos Business School, Business Up Program, and Honoris United Universities. She holds a mini MBA from the Access Bank Womenpreneur Pitch at Home program, sponsored by the World Bank. After being selected as one of the 150 exceptional women from a pool of over 4,000 applicants. Let's drop an emoji for that. She is also an alumna of Flourish Africa and a member of Women in Africa, continually raising the bar for women in business and leadership. Dr. Yetunde wears many crowns. She is the CEO of Super Brand Dynasty International Limited, a fast-rising group that houses Super Brand Fashion Store, YT Foods, Super Brand Business, and Entrepreneurship Academy, and Super Brand Media. A certified leader, business development expert, and media strategist. She is also an author of Export Mastery Reloaded and The Art of Entrepreneurship Reloaded, both powerful tools for aspiring business leaders. She is the founder of YTA Mentorship Program, a mentor with Tony Elumelu Foundation TEF, Apostle Follow Risho Alakijas Flourish Africa, and Strong Enough Girls Mentorship Program. Recently appointed as a judge of Reverend Foundation's Business Grant Program and a member of the Model ECOWAS Summit Commission. Dr. Yetunde represented Nigeria as Speaker of Delegation Burkina Faso and later as Governor of Delegation to the Intra-Africa Trade Fair in August 2025. A recipient of multi-global recognitions, including the $5,000 agricultural business grant from Stephen Akintayo Foundation, and named and awarded one of the Nigeria's emerging leaders by the West African Leadership Center. Dr. Yetunde was also honored as one of Lagos State's top 20 SMEs and selected as Lagos State Ambassador for the Export Readiness Program. A Forbes BLK member, a Chartered Fellow of the Institute of Leadership Assessment and Development, Nigeria, and an holder of an honorary doctorate. Dr. Yetunde Taiwo continues to prove that leadership is not about titles, but transformation. She is indeed the city leader, a visionary woman, raising leaders and entrepreneurs across Africa and beyond. Join me to welcome Dr. Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle as she takes us on the topic, Scaling Purpose-Driven Businesses. You are welcome, ma.
Thank you very much, Fashola Blessing. Thank you. And good afternoon once again. Thank you, Mr. Kelechi Beka, our first speaker. Because of the difference in time zone, he's speaking from Washington, D.C. as of today. So we have to allow him to be the first speaker. Thank you so much. Please confirm that you can hear me very well from wherever you are. I want to speak to you about scaling purposeful or a purpose-driven business. Confirm that you can hear me. If you can hear me, say yes. All right, thank you very much, Adewumi. If you can hear me, confirm that you can hear me from wherever you are. Thank you, Simon. Thank you. So I want to talk to you today, thank you, Dr. Princess Lizzie, about scaling purposeful or a purpose-driven business. Now today, I don't want to really teach like that, but I'm going to be talking to you about a topic that most people do not really give attention to, but it's quite, thank you, Ademola Sadiq, that is quite important for business people. So you must have a business and you want to scale. So I will be coming to you from the aspect of social impact, right? So thank you so much, Adetola. I'll be coming to you from the aspect of social impact. So the topic is scaling purpose-driven business. So follow me as we go. Well, the overview of the business. When we talk about the overview of the class today is number one, what is a purpose-driven business? I'm on the next slide. What is a purpose-driven business? Number two, we'll talk about the strategies for sustainable growth. Number three, we'll also talk about leadership best practices. Number four, we'll talk about, I'm going to do a little mentorship with life stories. Then number five, we talk about overcoming challenges. And then number six, finally, we talk about innovating for impact. So first of all, let's talk about what is purpose-driven business. What is purpose-driven business? So I said a business that aligns its goals with social impact and purpose, prioritizing people, planet, and profits, prioritizing the 3 P's: people, planet, and profit. We're going to come to that, but let's take it from the aspect of a business that aligns its goal with social impact. Now, I told you that I want to come from the aspect of social impact. We're going to get there. You don't just have a business. You have a business that should have a social impact in your community. There are many ways to scale your business. There are many ways to scale your business. I'm still in what is purpose-driven business. There are many ways to scale your business. But one of those ways that I want to talk about today is via social impact. Via social impact. So your business must align its own goal with social impact and purpose. Number one, do you have a business? That's the first question I want to ask you. Do you have a business? Now, what is your business purpose? You know, most times we have businesses, we don't even define what purpose they have, because our major focus is what? Profits. Of course, they start with the same PP. Our major focus is what? Is profit. But your business must have a purpose. For us at YT Food, I own several businesses, and one of the businesses is YT Food. And for us as YT Food, our purpose is to make available clean quality foods to consumers in a very fair price. Clean quality foods to consumers in a very fair price. I'm going to go on. And then also to make money for ourselves, as well as raise fellow entrepreneurs like us. Now, take note of that example. We are coming there. Take note of that example. So when you have a purpose and you want it to align with social impact, the social impact must be connected with people. The people around you. How are you helping them? You are running a business in Africa. You are running a business in Europe. You are running a business in Asia. The people whom you are selling to, or the people that you want to buy from you, that's the potential customers. How does your business purpose and your social impact align with them, the people? Then number two, the planet, the environment. How are you able to improve your environment via your businesses? Is somebody getting what I'm saying? Because most times in this part of the country, we are not considering, we don't consider social impact. We just want to do business. We just want to make money. We want to do business. We want to make money. I think the person that is doing this slide is faster than me. I'm still on the slide of what is purpose. Please don't confuse the people. So number one, it has to align with the people. Then you go to the planet. Some of us, our business have negative impacts on the planet, on the environment. You must have a business that have a positive impact on your environment. For example, using eco-friendly materials, your processes, your production, and everything. They must enhance the environment, and then help to improve the environment. That's under planet. Then lastly, profit. Except you are a charity organization, you are in business for what? For profit. Am I communicating? You are in business for what? For profit. So the 3 P, people, planet, and profit. Yes, you have a business, but it must have a purpose that tends towards social impact. And the impact must be connected to the people, the planet, and profit. So I move on. As we go, we'll get it more. Now, let me give you some key points. Number one, purpose-driven businesses prioritize social impact. If you really say you have a business and it's purpose-driven, you prioritize social impact. But I tell you, a lot of businesses do not have some social impact. And through my journey, while I was doing my MBA, I realized that in class, we have some of the lecturers from Lagos Business School, from Pan Africa, they keep asking what CSR, community social responsibility, our business is doing. They keep asking, you know, for example, let me give you a very clear example. Some of us, our business mission and vision does not even align with SDG goal. And there's no way you can attract investors to your businesses without all these things, without social impact, without aligning with SDG goal. Is somebody getting what I'm trying to say? So a purpose-driven business prioritizes social impact, and that's what I want to drive in today. That is the aspect that God has inspired me to speak to everyone today here. Otherwise, I would have come with one bogus topic and then, bamboozle everybody. But this is as simple as it is, and it can help you to scale your business. It can help you to connect with people that you need for your business. If you are getting me, type 5. If you are getting what I'm saying, type 5. Purpose-driven business prioritizes social impact alongside financial returns. Thank you, Okoyemi Ojeleye. You will prioritize social impact alongside profits. Now, a purpose-driven business integrates purpose into their business model and culture. Now, if you have a business plan, you have a business model, you need to integrate the social impact into it. Thank you. And your culture. Now, what do you call culture? The way and manner you do things in your own company. Oh, the culture of our company is that we dress so like this on Wednesdays. This is how we communicate. You understand? This is how we do things. The culture, and it emanates from the head of the company. That's why we said that this program is for industry experts, leaders, youths, and entrepreneurs. Because entrepreneurs are one of the major people driving, the economy of each country. Thank you. The next slide talks about strategies for sustainable growth. So now we are telling you that you are growing, but can you sustain the growth for the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years? That is the problem we have. A lot of businesses do not even survive the first 3 years, let alone the next 5 years or 10 years. That's because they lack the nitty-gritty and exposure, the teachings and techniques to start and retain the ideas they have started. So number one, strategies for sustainable growth. I'll talk about align your business goals with social impact and purpose. I've just told you now. You don't just have a business for your own profit alone. Let your business connect with the people. Let it align, to benefit the people. Are you getting what I'm saying? To benefit the planet. And then you make profits. Let your business align, your business goals align with that. You don't want to say we are here to make money for ourselves and ourselves alone. No, you can't grow. You can't scale your business like that. I was telling you of the story of when I was doing my mini MBA, because the judges, the investors want to know what impact your business is making in your community. Are you getting what I'm saying? So number two, foster a culture of innovation and growth. Let it be a culture that you are innovating on your ideas. You are innovating on your technology. You understand? Some people are out of business, not because of anything, but because they are not innovating. They are not embracing, the new technology, the new trends. Let me tell you something. Innovation could also mean your differential value. For those people who understand your differential value, that is what makes you different from your competitors. Innovation, which could be technology, it could be anything. So you need to foster a culture of innovation and growth. If you are in the food aspect, know what is in trend, what technology people are using, You can't keep using the old method and expect to get new results. It is not possible. You see, let me tell you the truth. Yesterday's recipe for success can be today's ingredients for failure. Is somebody getting that? That's the PowerPoint. Yesterday recipe for success can be today's ingredients for failure. That is why you need to innovate. Learn to innovate. Right? Learn to do what? To innovate. So also, number 3, develop a strong leadership team. Like what I'm doing now. All the people you see officiating here, they are mentees under YT. If they like, let them be fumbling on the screen. You have to give them a platform. I've seen some organizations that only the lead want to take the floor. They want to do everything. They don't want to give opportunities for other people to go down there. That is not leadership. And let me tell you, leadership is not cloning a typical person like you from others. Leadership is making people who are like you or better than you. If somebody gets what I'm trying to say, that is leadership. You know, getting as in making more people who are better than you, not cloning your type, your replicates all around. Yes, you are a better version, you're a good version, but you need to build more people that are better than you. All right. Mr. Okoyemi, I don't know where you say 5 minutes more. I'm supposed to have 30 minutes. Be guided. Thank you. So also develop a strong leadership team. Make sure that the people around you, they are learning and they are practicing what they have learned. You understand? You can't make everybody to, to learn from you. You can't. It's like you can only force a horse to the stream. You can't force them to drink water. Some people will learn. They will take correction and learn and be better. Some people will remain where they are. But just do your own. Number 4, collaborate with stakeholders and partners. A tree does not make a forest. You can't do everything alone. Like I used to tell people, collaboration is the new competition. Who are you competing with? Even if you are doing the same business. Okay, I was in Algiers like last month, and then there were not enough exhibiting booths. And then I met with the DJ of Smedan, who gave me a booth, and I had to share with a friend. She's selling clothes, African print, and I'm selling Gary and food products. We shared the place. We collaborated. When I'm attending to a customer, she's taking video of me. When she's attending to a customer, I'm taking video of her. When our own customer comes out, I talk with them. So collaboration is the new competition. Learn how to collaborate with stakeholders. Galaxy Note 10, please mute yourself. Galaxy Note 10, please mute yourself. Let's learn to collaborate with stakeholders and partners. So I move to the next slide. So in the next slide, I want to talk to you about ideas for leadership best practice. Idea for if the co-host can mute other things. Ideas for leadership best practice. Number 1, lead with purpose and passion. You must have a purpose for doing this. There was a time I used to be very, very active in politics. Very, very active in politics. And then, please help me to mute that, or you mute everybody, please. So there was a time I was very active in politics, and there was a friend of mine who was to contest for a position, and I was blindly following this person and working towards, making the person the chairman of the party. But one day I decided to ask the person, because the competition was so high, I was now forced to ask this, my friend, please, why are you going for this position? I'm talking about purpose first and passion. Why are you going for this position? You have made me to become enemy with almost everybody. Why are you going for this position? Do you know his answer will surprise you? You know what his answer was? His answer was that I don't even know. I just want to contest. No purpose. That was when I realized that I've been a fool all the while. I left all the ambition, and I begin to do what I need to do in other places. Purpose is a question of why. Why are you doing this business? So as a leader, you must be able to cultivate the habit of leading with purpose. This morning I received a prayer privately from one of my mentees, who is also a committee member for Leadpreneur. She sent me some prayers, and one of the keywords I took away from the prayer was that that as you do to us, we are not your children, you take our matter up. He said, and you don't know us from anywhere. You don't know our parents. That is how God is going to bless your children and you too. I just smile because I don't see it as anything. It's my purpose. And the passion is something that you are emotionally connected with. I would liken passion to a woman who gave birth to a child. A woman who gave birth to a child. You don't have to beg her, except she's a witch. You don't have to beg her to take care of the newborn baby. There is an emotional attachment from the mother to the child that makes the mother want to take care of the child. That is how you should also take care of your own business. That is how you should also take care of your own ideas. Are you getting it? Ideas for leadership, best practices. Number 2, empower team to drive social impact. Yes, it is very difficult, especially in our client, for people to understand what social impact is, which is why I'm talking about it today. Yes, purpose is the question of why. And passion connects you emotionally to your ideas. Number 2, empower team to drive social impact. You are the owner of the vision. You are the one that saw it. I used to tell people, when I'm telling them, do it this way, and they're saying that, no, they are not giving me a wrong advice, I will check, is it part of what I saw? Because I'm the visionary. As the leader of your company, you are the visionary. Anything any other person is bringing to you is just an addition. You understand? So you need to learn to be able to empower your team to drive social impact. You saw the vision. You are the one that will tell them the way they should go and make them to understand the importance of giving back to the society. Now, some people are volunteer for this cause. Not all of them are committed. Some were committed. But I know one thing for sure, that I've been able to pass a message across to them. That's the message of social impact. Are you getting what I'm saying? Now, number 3, foster culture of innovation. I've told you about it. Learn to improve on what you do. A lot of people have moved away from business because they have not innovated on their ideas. They have remained where they are. People are now using a particular machine to peel cassava, to also grind it. And the same machine will blend it. The same machine will also help you to dry it. You say, no, you want to be using old school. Your production will be low. Number 4, prioritize transparency and accountability. Working with my team for this program, there were some sponsors. Apart from that, anything we buy, I show them the receipt. I tell them why we are buying it. I carry them along. Not because I necessarily have to do it as a visionary, but because I am trying to teach them open leadership, transparency, and accountability. So for the fact that you are not connecting your business to a social impact and it's not really for profit, does not mean that you don't have to be transparent or accountable. Say, hey, we have used it, we have used it. No. Every penny you spend, you must be accountable to it. As a leader, are you getting it? You must be accountable to it. And number 5, develop a strong sense, of community and partnership. That is teamwork. I've told you that a tree does not make a forest. Teamwork, partner with people. When you if I as A partner with B, our network, if a network is 50% and my own network is 40%, when we combine it, we have a network of 90%. Learn to be among to drive teamwork and partner with others. So I'm going to, for you to understand this topic very well, I'll be showing an example or examples of businesses, persons that connected their program to, they are connected their program to what? To social impact. Number 1, TEF. TEF is owned by Tony Elumelu. He's the CEO of UBA Bank, and it's a philanthropic organization. That's Tony Elumelu Foundation. That's TEF. So it's a philanthropic organization that supports African entrepreneurs through mentorship, training, and funding. This organization demonstrates the impact of purpose-driven businesses in Nigeria. Now, Tony Elumelu is having a for-profit business in Nigeria. He's also giving back via tech. Now, look at example 2, Flourish Africa, owned by Apostle Olorunseun. I'm also one of the products. In fact, I used to be the PR of the alumni platform. You understand? And presently, I've been onboarded as a mentor on Flourish Africa. Glory. So it's owned by Olorunseun, and Flourish Africa is an NGO that empowers female entrepreneurs through training and grants. This is another successful story of purpose-driven businesses. She owns Pampa Oil and Rose of Sharon, etc. That is one. Then the last example is YTA Mentorship, which is founded by Yetunde Tawadekule, that is me. We are into free mentorship and training for youth between the ages of 22 to 35 across the country. Free mentorship. Also hosts yearly global conference with Leadpreneur. Yetunde owns few small businesses like Superbrand Dynasty International Limited, YT Food, and Superbrand Dynasty Leadership and Entrepreneurship Academy. Now, those are my businesses. And our social impact is also doing this program that you are here. You have entered into this program for free. That is a way of also aligning your purpose, your business purpose to social impact. Remember when I told you about YTA purpose and everything? So because they are already telling me they want to drive me away, they say my time is up. Maybe I will stop now, but you know, we have to finish this. Mentorship approach to social impact. My advice to you today is number one, try to provide guidance. You can start by providing guidance and support to young entrepreneurs. You understand? You can start by doing that. Share experiences and insights. You know, that's what the Mr. Kelechi Deka is here, and some other speakers are here too. They are going to share their experiences, just like I'm sharing my own experiences and expertise. That is also a social impact. You understand? Community, foster community of purpose-driven entrepreneurs. There was a time I held the program for entrepreneurs in Alimosho. I took care of the refreshment and everything. We network. You know, I do things like that, simple way. You also can do one or two things. Three, lastly, innovation. Please encourage innovation and risk-taking. I've told you, innovation, people are now doing things better. It could be your differentiation value, how you can get your message, your products, and your services better, faster, quicker, and cheaper. You understand? To the people that you are selling to. So, how do you measure your impact? Number one, develop metrics for your social impact. Is it by the quantity or the quality? Number two, track and measure progress decision after evaluation. When you know how many people and how better you got to them, you can track and measure progress also via that. Then make decisions. That's after evaluation. You can make decisions about it. Prioritize transparency. I've told you, always prioritize what? Transparency. Communicate impact to stakeholders. You understand? So when you have done a program now, some people have supported you. They are the stakeholders. Some people are sponsoring you, they are the stakeholders. The impact, you need to communicate it to them so that they will do better next time. Are you getting what I'm saying? So innovating for impact. Yes, you are leading a company or business driven by social impact. However, you need innovation. You know, I thank God we have Rohan from UK who is going to talk to us about how to use AI for our innovation. Point one, stay ahead of the industry trends. If you don't even know the trends in the industry, how do you want to stay ahead of it? So you must, first of all, get yourself informed so that you not be deformed. See, information is a way to globalization. Is somebody getting it? Information is a vehicle to globalization. Information is also a way to innovation. It is what you have information on that you will innovate on. So stay ahead of the industry trend. Know what is happening in your sector. You are in the food, agriculture, fashion, beauty. You need to know what is happening in your sector and industry. Information well utilized is converted to innovation. Did you get it? Information well utilized is converted to what? To innovation. Point two, leverage technology. Technology is not your enemy. A lot of people, I see them talk, they are so myopic in their thinking. Oh, I don't like to do this. I don't even know how to use this. And they are so proud of it. Leverage on technology and innovation. There are better and faster ways to do things. It can be a huge differentiation value for your business. Don't ignore information. Don't ignore information. Point three, prioritize social impact and sustainability. Many businesses don't do. They don't do this. They believe it's only the assignment of the leaders. Oh, the governor should be the one to do it. The president should be the one to have social impact. No. As a small business or a big business, you need to have social impact in your society, in your community. Are you with me? You are with me, type 1. So how does social responsibility scale your business? You are asking, okay, Madam Yetunde, We've listened to you from beginning to the end. How does social responsibility scale your business? How am I supposed to benefit from this? Number one, it enhances brand reputation. If you don't know, you think all these people are just doing this thing for doing sake. It enhances brand reputation. Businesses with strong social impact are often built more favorably by customers. Did you get that? Businesses with strong social impact are often built more favorably by customers, investors, and partners, leading to increased trust and loyalty. Did you get that? Number two, thank you. Increased customer engagement. If you engage in social impact, consumers are more likely to support businesses that align with their values, leading to increased customers retention and advocacy. You understand? Let me repeat that again. Consumers are more likely to support businesses that align with their values, and leading to what? Increased customers retention and advocacy. Number three, access to new markets. Social impact initiatives can open doors to new markets. I'm telling you, customers and revenue stream. Like I told you, when I wanted to pitch in one of the programs recently, I went to pitch in Leadpreneur. I needed to tell them what YT Food is doing outside the business aspect, the social impact, because it will open more market for you. In the clients, all these Western clients, they are interested in what your business is doing. So, in conclusion, I'm a Christian. The Bible will say, in conclusion, and in Yoruba, in conclusion, the summary is this: scaling purpose-driven businesses requires aligning goals with social impacts, fostering innovations, and prioritizing transparency and accountability. I will repeat again. Scaling purpose-driven businesses requires aligning goals with social impacts, fostering innovations, and prioritizing transparency and accountability. Call to action. Let's work together to create a more purpose-driven and sustainable future. I'm calling on you to join me to create a more purpose-driven and sustainable future. Thank you.
Wow. A round of applause for our mama. Please let's unmute our mic to react to that. That is explicit, mind-blowing. Thank you, ma. Thank you, ma. We appreciate you. We celebrate you. More strength for you, ma. More excellence. Please, let's react to that. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay, so please, if you have any question, kindly raise your hand. Raise your hand. Let's react. We have a few minutes for questions. If you are not going to be asking questions on this platform, then I will be throwing questions. So please don't let me do that. So let's ask questions. Any question? Is someone raising their hand? Oh, we all understood perfectly what our mama just shared with us now. Okay, so I can see I have a question. What is your name? Your name is not showing here, it's just showing iPhone something. Please, what's the name? Hello, if you can hear me, I have a question. I don't know how to raise a hand. Okay, you have the floor. Drop your question, please.
Moderator, you need to read the chat box. I think someone has dropped a question, and someone said they have raised their hand. You will click on the participants and see people who have raised their hand. So let me check here. Nofisat.
Oh, okay. Nofisat, all right, ma'am. Okay, Nofisat, we have you. What's your question? Let's hear you.
Can you unmute yourself?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for the section. And thank you for your time. Thank you. It's really, really educative. It's more than my expectation. Thank you. So my question is, for someone, let me just say, a professional that is just starting out, and also someone that is not only a professional, also have a business that is already running, but the person is still a startup. So how can I usually find, let me just put it like myself, I usually find it very difficult sometimes whenever I'm setting maybe my social media profile. Like, let me give example, LinkedIn. So you hear people telling you, don't put it there that you are a founder, because when you put it there that you are a founder, as a professional, you are rendering services, especially tech services. You are rendering tech services to people, so they might think you have already become something big. So they might not want to come to you if you put it there that you are a founder. So what can you advise in that tema? Like, should you just um put yourself as only a professional, or you should put it as only a business owner? And the situation of this country, that so many people are professional and also a business owner in one side. So that's my question. So how can we balance that? And also,
All
yes, so
right,
that.
thank you very much. So your question, thank you, Nofisa. Your question has taken me back to one of my courses that talks about entrepreneurship development 101, 102, 103. Some of my mentees here will have answer to your question, because we have different categories of entrepreneurs. We have the self-employed. So if you are starting out small, your business is not limited liability, it's not incorporated, you don't have that structure. You are still self-employed. You only have you yourself, maybe one or two staff with you. You are self-employed. So business owners are people like Tony and Umeru. They are even called buyers too, because they buy a business. They are even investors. Yeah, are you get what I'm trying to say? So the pyramid of entrepreneurs starts from, self-employed. You understand? So you can decide to call yourself, if you call yourself a founder, it doesn't. A CEO is different from a founder, though almost the same thing. If you say you are a founder, you have founded, an idea. So you are not still wrong. I get what I'm saying? You founded an idea. So even if you are applying for some of these online opportunities, if they'll ask you how many founders, you understand? How many founder? If you are two people who have created that business, okay, we are two, we are this. So you have not even, you've not done yourself any harm, by calling yourself a founder. But of course, in the pyramid of business, or in the pyramid of entrepreneurs, you are a self-employed, not a business owner. So you might not call yourself a CEO. So I understand what they are trying to say. So you might not call yourself a CEO, but you are still a founder. You understand? Or you are self-employed, you own a business idea. You understand? So as you grow, you can now start calling yourself different names. So I hope that answers your question. So you need to get my book, The Art of Entrepreneurship, Reloaded. You understand? And then if you are starting a business, you need to learn a lot of things. You need to go to business school to learn a lot of things, so that you'll be able to sustain your business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ma, for that response. Okay, let's have one more because of our time. Let's have
Hello.
our Africa entrepreneur. Let's hear you.
Okay, good day, everyone. Okay,
Good
thank
day,
you
sir.
for giving me the opportunity. Yes, my concern and my area of asking question is about the collaboration and the, getting will I call it partners? Because in most cases, even as we talk here now, we talk about partners, leveraging partnership, but you find out that the same topic or the same issue that have been discussed about, when you approach somebody outside here, you will find out that the person that you expected or that have spoken or that might have stand as a reference point will now begin to demand some things from you that you cannot even afford in the area of payment or thereabout. So in many occasions, you find it difficult to get these partners. When you talk about partnership, I think partners is always coming from the side of what another company or another individual can contribute and make your own vision or your own company grow. But this time around, I discovered that to find it difficult. In many occasions, when we attend programs like these, exhibitions, conferences, online and the physical, you discover that when you approach some people or when you go ahead to make some move, it will now begin to request and demand, giving you conditions that you cannot meet up with. Yes, so I just want to this to be clarified. And how can we? Because at the moment, you talk about on your last answer, you talk about the levels of ownership or categories. Being a founder, being all these are maybe names. But when you talk about founder or MD, the issue is that someone initiated an idea. You understand? So now, if somebody have built a company that you have already registered with CAC, you have so many things that you have done on ground. So is there any fear for anyone to come in and partner or sponsor or support instead of waiting for you to handle everything? So who is the person coming as a sponsor or as a partner if you are the one to handle everything? So it gives me concerns, Thank you.
You have two questions here. So number one, talking about collaboration. It is collaboration that we call it. Probably you are meeting the wrong people. I kept talking about your purpose. You have the assignment of defining your purpose. Then look for a company that aligns with your own purpose too. So collaboration doesn't have to do with money. In fact, it's the listing on the table.
Okay.
You understand? It's the listing. So when you are collaborating with people, you could collaborate based on their network. You understand? Now we have people that are speaking here today from different companies. They don't necessarily have to, give us money or we give them money, but we are collaborating. You understand? They are on a platform, we are showcasing their talents, and they are here to also make this program go smoothly. Sometimes when you collaborate with people, you are collaborating on the platform of networks, their contacts. You understand? Who they know. You understand? Or their platform. You understand? Okay, they have 100,000 followers. They have this. You are collaborating based on that, not necessarily money. So you need to be very careful who you go to meet. You need to be very careful. Some people need my book. Please let the host type to them how they can get it. You need to be very careful who you go to meet. You don't just stand up and say, oh, this person, let me go and meet them. Do they align with your purpose and your vision? It will make it easier for you if they align with your company's purpose and your vision. By the time you are communicating with them, they won't even be thinking about charging you. I'm talking about the second one, talking about partnership or inviting investors. Now, you have registered your company, you have your structure on ground, so there is a value on your company. Now, let me give you an example. One day I was speaking with one of my mentors. He spoke here last year, but he's not here this year. He's the owner of Just Food West Africa, a very big company. And one of the things that happened was that when I told him that some people want to have equity in my business, he told me that I should not start now. That I should keep working, keep putting structure in place on my business, keep expanding. So that by the time it is big, it will have more value. If they are coming in, then I'll be calling the shots. Are you getting it? Take note of that. Now, if investors are coming or partners are coming in, you need to clarify their own aspects of obligation. You understand? Now, the operation of the business might be solely on you. And the financing of the business, maybe 30% or 40% of the business might be on them. But you will determine that this is how much share you are able to get in this business or equity. You understand? How much share or equity you're able to get in this business. You clarify that. So, and I also advise that you also put in for any of my courses, to get this. You understand? So that investors will not be cheating people. There are things that we also learned through experience. You understand? And then through many courses that we have gone into. You are the one to define, you will put it in black and white. What is the responsibility of your partners? But as a business owner, just know that the operation of the business relies solely on you. It might be that your partner just wants to help you to advertise. And like I said, or just your contact, or they are putting in money. You need to clarify that, identify where they are coming in, and what you are giving, what are you bringing to the table, and what they are bringing to the table. It will not determine the size of the equity they will have in the business. You could even do profit share. It's not compulsory that they have equity in your business. Annual profit share. You understand? After cost of production, you understand? This is whatever is remaining, you do it like this. This one goes for operation, this one goes for this and that, and the remaining we share like this. Thank you. I hope I've been able to answer your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
All
that
right,
will
because
be
of
it
time.
from our question and answer period because of our time. So moving on, we will be taking our next speaker, which is the third speaker of the day. That is in person of Mr. Rohan Richard, Chief Technology Officer, Liquify.
Okay, all right. Thanks, Faisal. You ready for me to get started?
In a world being reshaped by innovation and technology, he stands as a powerful voice on the globe, from building world-class systems at Meta, that's Facebook, and Citadel, to now leading innovation as the CTO of Liquify. Roran Pritchard stands at the intersection of technology and transformation. With a first-class master's degree in computing from Imperial College London, Rohan has helped shape digital infrastructures used by billions from Instagram and WhatsApp to Facebook itself. Today, he channels that same expertise into Liquify, a fintech revolutionizing access to working capital financing for African exporters, empowering businesses to scale and compete globally. Rohan is one of the world's most forward-thinking men, a visionary using digital tools to unlock tech-based business possibilities across continents. His passion for digital transformation has not only redefined how businesses grow, but also inspired a new generation of tech-driven leaders. As today's program, he will share practical ways to introduce technology into your business, even if you are just getting started. It will also reveal how to stay relevant in the era of AI and innovation. Kindly welcome with me, Rohan Richard, as he takes us on the topic, NSC AI for Sustainable Entrepreneurship. You're welcome, Mr. Rohan.
Okay, thank you, Faisal. Thank you for the generous introduction. Can I just check that you can see my screen okay? Can you see my first slide okay here and my mouse?
Yes, we can see that.
Yes, we
Right.
can.
Okay, all right, let's get stuck in. So, like Faisal said, I'm here to talk about harnessing AI for sustainable entrepreneurship in Africa. So, my name's Rohan. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Liquify. I'm going to talk a little bit more about Liquify shortly, but I'm going to start with a little bit of info on my background because I know that we've got a Q&A in a little bit. So hopefully if I fill you in on what my experiences are, then that can direct the questions and things. So I graduated with a master's in computer science from artificial intelligence, with artificial intelligence from Imperial College London. That was around 8 years ago. Straight out of uni, I joined Facebook, working on applying artificial intelligence to personalized advertising. So, every time you scroll on Facebook or Instagram and you get an ad that pops up, my code was running in the background to figure out which ad was most likely to appeal to you, which one you were most likely to basically click through to. Whilst I was there, Facebook became Meta. I got involved in some of the virtual reality stuff, the headset stuff, and then I led a team working on fighting harm against young people across Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. After that, I moved to Citadel, which is a large American hedge fund and high-frequency trader. I worked on systems to optimize Citadel's finances, and I built a lot of the core financial infrastructure that Citadel used to place and action trades, working closely with financial traders as well. Finally, as of about 6 months ago, I became the CTO at Liquify, and this is what brings me to working in Africa and meeting you folks. Now, throughout the last few years as well, I've been involved in early stage startups, working with folks on companies that have later gotten investor backing and that kind of thing. So yeah, feel free to ask me any questions about these things in a little while. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Liquify because I'll use a lot of analogies and examples from my work at Liquify in the following presentation. So I want you to know where they are coming from. So our mission at Liquify is to bridge the financing gap for African exporters. So we provide trade financing solutions to businesses all across sub-Saharan Africa. So we started in Ghana just over a year ago, where we've deployed over $5 million of capital into small and medium businesses to allow them to export their products into OECD markets, so the US, Europe, select other countries. And that's resulted in over 150 shipments financed across the world. We're now expanding all across sub-Saharan Africa. So we're operating in Nigeria, in Kenya, in the Ivory Coast, and a few other locations as well. So Liquify is at this fascinating intersection between, these like bustling African industries and businesses that are growing rapidly and somewhat chaotically, and trying to plug American and European financing technologies and capital into that world. So it's this blend of rigid processes and structures meets hustlers and fluidity across the continent. Now, to be clear, I've been working in this space just for 6 months, so I wouldn't dream of calling myself an expert of building in Africa at all. Where my expertise lie is in building large financial systems and scalable products, mostly in the West, and I want to share my experiences of applying that skill set to Africa over the last 6 months. So I hope that some of these insights might be useful to you guys, but I also have just as much to learn from you folks too. So I'm very thankful to this community for having me here, both as a speaker and as well as a listener. So I've spent a few minutes rambling on about me, but I want to hear about you folks as well. It's going to allow me to tailor this talk a little bit if I can learn your background. So I think there's people from all sorts of backgrounds here. I can see there are like nearly 60 people on this call right now. So I want everybody to get out their phones and scan this QR code and follow this link. You can also just type in the link into your browser as well. And I get to see who's actually online on this thing or how many people. So I'm going to wait just a second for some people to follow through to this link. And then I'm going to ask a couple of questions to you as well. And that'll just help me tailor this a little bit. Can everyone see this QR code okay?
Yeah.
Great. Okay. I see people joining. I'm going to join as well so I can answer. All right, I'm going to give people a couple more minutes. Numbers are going up. We're at 6 online. I'm going to wait till we get to 10. Anybody have any issues with this? Feel free to just type in the URL instead if you're already on your phone. It's vote.rohanpritchard.com. Okay. All right. I'm going to start asking questions. People can join as we go. So first question I'm going to ask is, where are you guys in your entrepreneurship journey? Are you guys just getting started, interested in building a startup? Are you having already built it? Just go ahead and click on your phone and then click confirm. Okay, so we have 25% so far just getting started. Nearly half are building a business or startup in the last year. That's cool. Some people having built a startup more than a year ago, and a few people long-time entrepreneurs. Okay, great. So most people have just started building a startup in the last year or so, which is effectively the same as me. So that's really cool. Okay, next question. I want to know where you guys are all based. Are you all based in Nigeria? Are you based generally in West Africa? I'm based in London. Cool. Okay. Lots in Nigeria. Great. A lot of my examples are relevant to Nigeria, so that's great. And now, last question. I want to know if any of you guys have a background in technology. Like, have you written software in the past? Have you worked in tech environments in the past? Things like that. Cool. All right. So lots of tech savvy people, maybe not engineers, but that's great because that's exactly what I'm going to be talking about. So we'll stop doing the polls for now, but keep the browser open because I'll have a few other questions along the way. All right. Thank you. So let's carry on. All right. So this talk comes in 3 parts. First, I want to talk about why I think this is so relevant for this audience, especially if you guys are like just getting started with startups and things. That's awesome. Why I'm doing it and why I think it's the best place to be doing it. Next, we'll actually get into the gritty details of what deploying AI technologies actually looks like. So I'll talk about how we're using it at Liquify, hopefully demystify some concepts. It's important to move away from the buzzwords here and really get to the facts behind the AI startup bubble so that you guys can see what it really looks like under the hood. And then third, we're going to talk about how you guys can go away and use it today. So, like we've just seen, a lot of you have companies already and you can start doing things just like how we're doing things. Others are probably earlier on that journey, but there's AI tooling and products out there for all of us. So part one, why I think Africa is the most exciting place to innovate with AI. First thing is how Africa leapfrogs the markets, particularly compared to the West. So one of my favorite examples, which I know is like a well-known one, but it's payments, right? So I don't know how familiar you guys are with payments in the West, but like it's so much worse. So in the UK, if I want to pay someone, I have to log into my banking app. I have to set them up as a payee. I have to wait for security codes. Often, if it's a big payment, I'll do a test one first because I might have got some of these numbers wrong. In the US, it can be even worse. Like it wasn't that long ago that people were writing checks to each other. But like in Kenya, for instance, mobile money exploded years before we had Apple Pay or like other fintechs in the West, right? So like, in 2014, a farmer in a rural village could receive payments instantly on a basic phone, didn't have to be a smartphone. And by 2014, I read that over 40% of Kenya's GDP was flowing through M-Pesa, like their main mobile payments app. And this is the same across Africa, right? You guys are obviously familiar with this in Nigeria. Meanwhile, my local pub offers cash and card, and sometimes the card networks aren't working or whatever, and everybody's still paying in cash. So Africa didn't catch up to the West here, right? It skipped all these terrible middle steps and immediately went to something that works much better than Western systems. Same thing happened in telecoms, right? So in the West, we spent nearly a century laying millions of kilometers of copper landlines, and it was incredibly expensive. It made our internet expensive. Coverage was poor because you couldn't get like all this copper to rural areas and things like that. And then again, in Africa, much of this entire stage was skipped. They went straight to mobile networks. So Africa jumps the queue in these examples, and it's still happening in so many places. Applying the latest tech in Africa is kind of like going warp speed in these areas. Next thing is kind of on impact. So, when I was working in Europe at places like Meta and Citadel, a lot of what we used AI for was marginal improvements. So at Citadel, we built incredibly sophisticated systems to reduce latency in trades. And it mattered at scale, but these are still marginal efficiency gains, right? So at Meta as well, we built AI to help with content ranking or flagging harmful posts. Again, important, but they're incremental improvements. Whereas in many parts of Africa, AI isn't shaving seconds, it's unlocking entire markets that didn't exist before, right? So an example I'm familiar with is Relief, a Nigerian agri-tech startup working on palm nut supply chain issues. So this used to be really fragmented. There were like farmers working manually all across the country, processors having to like send emails to them to figure out when their supply is going to be ready and coordinating all of this stuff. And Relief came in and they used satellite imagery to look at all of the different farms in the different places, and they optimized where they should build their own small processing units. So basically, they brought the processing machines way closer to the farms intelligently by figuring out where they are. And now farmers are earning 3 times more in many cases. Processors are getting consistent supply, and the whole chain just started working. So these examples are happening in so much more in Africa. It's a lot more satisfying than efficiency gains, and it's kind of making broken systems work for the first time, which is pretty cool. And then the last point I want to make, which is great because you guys are like mostly a Nigerian audience, is why Africa is the most exciting place for you guys to innovate with AI, not just myself. So the reality is only builders with intimate local understanding of these markets will succeed. So Africa doesn't work well with copy-paste solutions from Western companies, right? It needs builders who understand the terrain and the different cultures, and that's what you guys are, right? So payments is an obvious example. We just talked about it. If you drop a Western product into Africa with Western payment mechanisms, it's not going to fly. There are much more nuanced cases too. So for example, in my world of trade finance, the way that payments take place when a product is exported is totally different in Africa because the supply chain looks totally different. And without people on the ground intimately knowing the details, you're never going to be the guy to solve this problem. And I should obviously acknowledge here, like, clearly, I'm not Nigerian, I'm not Ghanaian. I imagine this is obvious. But I'm someone who's chosen to build in Africa, right? And I've learned very much the hard way that you can't just take these solutions. So when we started Liquify, I came in with all this experience from Meta and Citadel, and you quickly realize the way trade actually happens on the ground here is completely different. Like WhatsApp is the main operational tool. Documents come in from every format. Networks as well are really, really personal here, and fast, but they're not formalized. It's not two companies signing contracts. It's often people knowing each other and things like that. So we had to rethink a lot. But most importantly, we had to build alongside local teams. So now half of our employees are based in Ghana. We're partnering with companies in Nigeria, companies in Kenya, and that's critical to us building anything worthwhile. So that's why I believe strongly that the future of AI in Africa will be built by people in Africa. I can bring engineering experience and capital, but it's the local knowledge, the way that business really happens in Accra and Lagos and Nairobi. That's the real differentiator. And the success stories will be where companies manage to harness and accelerate the way Africa does business, not kill it and start again. So it will be full of entrepreneur stories, which is very cool. So let's strip away the buzzwords for a second and talk about what AI actually is and what it isn't. So a lot of the conversation around AI, especially in the media, makes it sound like some kind of futuristic magic, right? It's like you'll hear about artificial general intelligence and robots taking over or miraculous overnight transformations. That's not what we're talking about today. The kind of AI that matters for me and for you, for entrepreneurs, is practical, very real technology that can automate repetitive work. It can structure messy information and it can spot patterns in ways that used to take entire teams of people. So think of AI less as some distant science project and more as a new kind of leverage. So in the same way that machines gave physical leverage during the Industrial Revolution, AI gives operational and cognitive leverage now. So it means a small team or even a solo founder can handle workloads that previously required entire departments. And you don't need a PhD, you don't need to be a computer scientist, you don't need to build these models from scratch. There are tools that you can pick up right now and plug into your business that come straight off the shelf. So I'm going to start by showing you the kind of things that we're doing at Liquify, and that at least gives you like some actual examples of sort of on the ground things. So first is the trivial but very valuable things. So this is not the exciting AI, but it's actually some of the most impactful for us, and it's absolutely stuff that you can take from products right now. So I would classify this as document recognition and OCR. So in layman's terms, this means getting a computer to read a document, confirm it looks the way it should, and extract the important information from it. So in Africa, trade documents are messy. They come in through WhatsApp, PDFs, scans of scans. It's incredibly easy for small mistakes to slip through. And traditionally, that would cause delays or even financing mistakes where like money goes out under the wrong situation and things like that. So a real example is a client submits an invoice and a bill of lading, which is like evidence that the product has been shipped somewhere. But the bill of lading was like for a different shipment. It didn't match the invoice. So our team reviewed that maybe 2 hours after the request comes in, which is quite normal. They're doing other things as well. They spend 15 minutes looking through all the documentation. They spot the mistake. They now have to go back to the client. Maybe the client doesn't pick up the phone. Maybe they get hold of the client 2 hours later, but he's out or whatever. And on average, it takes up to like 5 hours from the point that that mistake was made to the mistake actually getting fixed, and a lot of manual intervention and checking. So now that was the case about 2 months ago. Now what we're doing is we're using AI to pre-check and clean all of the documentation before it ever hits our team. So the way this literally looks is on our platform, when someone uploads a document, we immediately send that document with a message to ChatGPT and we say, hey, does this document look like a bill of lading? Does it match with this invoice? Is it blurry? Can we read it? And if ChatGPT sees a problem, it will tell us immediately and we'll tell the client immediately at the point that they're uploading it. So they know that they've made a mistake and they can go and fix it. So not glamorous, but it saves us a huge amount of time. Next gets a little bit more interesting. So we automated large parts of our buyer risk assessment process. So we're a lending company, right? We have to put a lot of effort into figuring out if it is safe to lend our financiers money to a company. And we used to spend on average about 1 hour sifting through credit risk reports, company financial publications, news articles of mergers and disputes and things. And we've automated this as well. So now every time a new buyer gets uploaded on our platform and we run a credit risk, the whole thing is done automatically. So we pull data from our credit assessors, from online. And again, we effectively, it's a little smarter than this, but we effectively throw all of this information into ChatGPT and we say, hey, take a look at this buyer. Tell us what you think. Now, we never allow these AIs at the moment to actually approve risk assessment, but it can auto reject things that are clearly not appropriate. And it can surface the information that we care about so that a risk expert, which are very expensive, can go and take a look at that information. So it was taking about 1 hour per assessment. It now takes 10 minutes. And that's if we're going to approve them. A lot of cases, they never see a human at all. Now, the final stuff, which is, I think, the most exciting stuff and what I kind of want you guys to take away, and that's, in our case, automatically dealing with this huge long tail of edge cases and different scenarios and problems that arise. So in trade finance, there's always a huge number of exceptions and problems. Buyers change their terms mid-deal. There's confusing paperwork, sellers misclassifying their goods, timing issues, default risks. And this graph shows exactly what I mean, right? So we've got maybe 50% of cases that fit this sort of standard scenario, right? Everything goes smoothly. Maybe there's 1 or 2 very common scenarios, like a shipment gets delayed at a port for a week. None of these things are big problems and they can all be handled automatically. But then you've got the other 50%, which is this huge long tail of edge cases. And there's so many different scenarios, right? And you can't write code for all of these cases. So historically, handling that requires constant manual triage and chasing. It's what can kill a business like mine. Invoice financing companies in the past, like in Europe and things, have had whole buildings of operations teams managing all of these edge cases. And so this, I think, is the most exciting part of the problem that Liquify is trying to solve. It's centralizing all of the information about a particular arrangement across all of the different sources, documents, WhatsApp messages, shipping data, emails, and passing it through into essentially a ChatGPT prompt again. So this is what we're building currently. We ask it every hour of every day to assess the situation on a current arrangement. And we just throw all of this data into ChatGPT, all of the shipping data, all of the WhatsApp communications and things. And we ask it to make decisions for us. So it might see, for instance, that we've given it a bill of lading that says that the shipment is going to Antwerp. And then the shipping API data says it's going to Rotterdam. And it goes, this doesn't look right. Let's escalate it to a human. Now, another day, it might see that an invoice is overdue, but it sees that the buyer has already messaged us saying, hey, I know that there's a problem at the port. It's going to take 2 extra weeks, but we're on it. In which case, it knows not to escalate. And in time, we're training this to be smarter and smarter so that it can reach out. So if it hadn't got that message from the buyer, it can go, this looks overdue. Let me message the buyer and I'll wait for the buyer's response. So this is being built as we speak. It's huge for us. It means we can scale our operations probably 10x without ever needing to scale our ops workload beyond a couple of people. And it speeds things up so much as well. So this last point brings me to a broader area with, I think, huge potential. Something we've learned firsthand at Liquify. Across Africa, so much business is run through informal, unstructured systems, right? It's the WhatsApp chats, it's the voice notes, it's the ad hoc spreadsheets. It's fast and it's human, and it works very well. In many ways, it works better than Western workflows, which can be very rigid. I think it represents resourcefulness and flexibility, like getting things done no matter what. But these systems can be very hard to scale and hard to audit, and they're very prone to small errors turning into big delays. And this is where AI fits so beautifully. So AI can act as this interface between informal reality in Africa and formal systems like the ones that we have to plug into. It can take all of those WhatsApp messages, voice notes, and things and turn them into structured, actionable data, which Western tech often assumes already exists. So the real opportunity here is to build that structure in a way that respects and integrates with how people actually work. In general, it's a very hard problem, but if you pick an area you want to nail, like Liquify is doing, one specific niche, the results are huge. And I think there is no end to the width and depth that this could be applied to across the continent in so many different areas. So that's how Liquify is deploying AI. If I had to summarize how you should think about deploying it, and we're going to talk about some specific products in a second, but I'd say there's like a three-step way to think about adopting AI in your system or in your business. And this applies to a 20-year-old founder or a CEO of a 20-year-old company. Spot the pain. Look for the messy, repetitive, error-prone processes in your day-to-day work, WhatsApp back and forth, manually chasing documents, and so on. And then think about structuring it. Like how would this look if you could wave a magic wand and put this into the structure that you wanted? And how would it integrate with the rest of your systems? And then step 3 is try to automate it, try to prototype a solution, just like the solutions we've been talking about. And you can start small. You can use AI tools, simple scripts. You can like partner with even someone in software on websites like Fiverr to find cheap software engineers that can build a little script for you or whatever. The goal is not to rebuild your business, it's to pick like one high leverage problem and make it dramatically easier. And I think the nice thing about this approach is that it works for folks just starting out. Perhaps they've not even begun their startup yet. And it also works for 20-year-old industry titans, right? If you're starting out, what you should always start with is a problem that needs solving. Far too many engineers start with some cool tech and then apply it to something. Like we call this a solution in search of a problem. So blockchain is a good example. Everybody gets excited about blockchain. They want to apply it to something. And then you kind of force this tech onto a problem space that really doesn't care for it. You're not actually solving a real problem. So start with a pain point, think about how it should work in the perfect scenario, and then rapidly build a prototype to test or automate it and get validation quickly. More on prototyping in a second. So we're nearing the end of this talk. We've talked a little bit about AI at Liquify, and we've talked a little bit about how to apply AI yourself. But my hunch is that you guys are still probably hungry to go and pick something up now. So I want to give you some products that you can use right away. So, there are some obvious ones, like I imagine everyone here is using ChatGPT and things like that. These products are great. I've just told you about a bunch of places we're using effectively ChatGPT in very specific scenarios in automated. But there are some products that are a little bit more nuanced and they revolutionize the way that I work. So let's go back to our poll. The first one I want to talk about briefly is granola. So if everyone can go back on their phones, I'm going to ask this question, like who's heard of granola? Cool. Okay, lots of people haven't, which is great because then this is new information. So this product is geared to everyone, big or small. Granola is an AI meeting note taker, but it's a little bit more on steroids than some of the ones that are on the market currently. So at Liquify, we use granola on every call, internal and external. Even in-person meetings, you can just run it on your phone. It listens to our meeting. It takes super concise notes that are referring back to transcripts and things. So it's obviously great for little things like checking what price you agreed on during a call and stuff like that. But the most useful thing is it creates this archive that can be queried via its own AI agent. So for example, we run granola on all our sales calls in Nigeria, and we have this folder for Nigerian sales calls. And we can then at the end of the month say, ask granola, what were the 3 biggest pain points in Nigeria that our leads pointed out, or what were the 3 reasons that leads didn't want to use our product? Or we could even ask things like, what are the areas that our sales guys should best improve on? What did they do well? What did they do less well? it's got this entire living brain of every discussion that has ever occurred at the company, and it can make all of these connections, which is very, very cool. It's been transformative for us. So next one, I've only got 2 here. This one is my favorite. This one's very cool. So who's heard of Lovable? Let's ask this question as well. I'm hoping few people have heard of Lovable, and you're going to love it. Okay, cool. A mix of having heard it and then never heard of it, which is awesome. So Lovable is going to blow your minds. I hope it blew my mind. Lovable allows you to prototype entire applications, build entire applications, front to back, the user experience, the database, without writing a single line of code. So throughout this call, we've been using this application to vote on that you guys have seen, right? I created this application in 30 minutes this morning, and I didn't need any technical knowledge. Like my grandmother could have written this app. So I'll show you a screenshot quickly. This was me making it this morning. I literally tell the AI agent on the left, like what I want to exist. So I just said, I'm doing a Zoom talk. Like I want to be able to vote and things. And it goes away and creates it in like 10 minutes time. So think about it. Like if this app took me 30 minutes, think of the potential after 2 days or 2 weeks. Like you can, and people have created entire applications and gone to market over a few weekends. I know a couple of guys who founded a startup that raised $2 million in seed funding in 2024. Their original prototype took 2 weekends with Lovable. And this is where we go back to prototyping. So you guys are sat on a goldmine of ideas and solutions to problems that exist in your markets. Go build them this weekend on Lovable, right? You'll be amazed how quickly you can get people using your products and building feedback on what does and doesn't work. And this is the best way to build a startup nowadays. Get real actionable feedback by putting your product in people's hands. And if it doesn't work, just throw it out and rebuild. It's that cheap to do it nowadays. So I'm at time. This brings me to an abrupt ending. I know I've crammed a lot of different things in here from different places, but I wanted to cater to the wide audience here. So if you're an African exporter interested in learning more about Liquify and our services, follow the link on the right or the QR code. And if you want to reach out to me, the best place is LinkedIn, so you can find my website on the left. Thank you so much for having me. Thanks, YTA.
Well, let's appreciate him. Thank you, Mr. Richard, for that wonderful enlightenment. Thank you. Yes, questions and answers. Period. Questions. Okay, let's have Adekola Kende. Okay, you're not raising your hand. Okay, Africa Entrepreneur Exhibition, please, your question.
Okay, my question goes to him. Talking about AI, I really want to collaborate with him because I run an exhibition company, exhibition trade fair company, and also e-commerce multi-vendor platform. So I look out for collaboration with him, and also how can AI help us on our platform, on our 2 platform. Thank you.
So just to check, your question is, so you're running an e-commerce platform and you're asking how AI can help with it. Is that correct?
Yes, and secondly, exhibition trade fair platform, which is a physical exhibition.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I mean, there are lots of places that AI can help with this, right? To begin with, I don't know how your product's built, but like the platforms we just talked about, like Lovable, can help you build out internet-enabled versions of it. You've also got AI now for advertising and things like that. So I mentioned a little while ago working at Facebook on ads. Facebook's ads platform is now very baked into artificial intelligence too. So you can start getting it to automate targeting your ads, which makes them more effective for expenditure and things like that. So I think those were a couple of examples that would be useful.
Okay.
Okay, thank
How
you.
about this?
Let's have Usman, please, because of our time. Usman, the question.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you very much. I think he has partly answered the question I wanted to ask on how to apply AI on a logistic company. That is where I play in, but I think using Lovable, we can also help to expatiate on what is the possible best way to apply AI on a logistic company to drive efficiency and maybe track. Thank you.
All right, that's good that he has answered your question. Then let's give one person one more chance. Okpeyemi Ojeleye, can we have you?
All
That
right,
will be
thank you
all for
very
the
much, Rochan. And I just want to say thank you for the enlightenment and the opening highs, because I'm a kind of person, you say hi, Nano Banana, ChatGPT, Gemini, Perplexity, name it, but I never come across anything called like Lovable, and I'm just checking it out, and it's actually interesting. Like, I just want to say thank you for bringing it up. Thank you very much, and thank you for what you
Cool.
do.
Yeah. What I'm going to do, I think there are a couple of questions in the chat, so I'm just going to link the link to Lovable so that you guys can find it. So I've just attached it in the chat if anyone's interested.
Okay, that's good. All right, we really, really appreciate you, Mr. Rochan. We appreciate you. Yes, the link is already on the platform, so we can all go to the link to check up more. Thank you, Mr. Rochan. It's good to have you. Moving on, we are progressing. Thank you. Yeah, we are progressing on to the next speaker. That is Ambassador Orioye Benedict. We're going to be taking us on entrepreneurial skills, development for job creation and economic stability. A man whose passion for youth empowerment has reshaped lives across Ondo State and beyond. Ambassador Orioye Benedict More serves as a senior special advisor to the governor of Ondo State on youth empowerment and job creation, with an unshakable belief that youths are the backbone of state development. He has dedicated his office to turning job seekers into entrepreneurs and skilled innovators. Over the years, he has overseen the engagement of thousands of youths through structured labor-intensive workforce programs and coordinated the disbursement of grants and financial aid to help young entrepreneurs launch, sustain, and grow their businesses. He also ensures that educational support programs, including payment of WAEC and NAPTEP fees, reach students who need them most, giving every young person a fair chance at success. Ambassador Orioye is deeply dedicated to eradicating youth unemployment and ensuring that the youth of Ondo State are not just employed, but strategically positioned for economic success. A philanthropist, visionary leader, and a role model with character worthy of emulation. Ambassador Orioye continues to prove that true leadership is measured not by titles, but by impact. Let's appreciate him as we welcome Ambassador Orioye Benedict. You're welcome, sir.
Hello, Ambassador Benedict, are you in the house? I'm seeing SSA youths. Let me check if this mic is off. Okay, you can take the jingle. You can take the jingle. I don't know. He's been here throughout.
Yes, ma, he's been here. I think maybe
Yes.
maybe low connection. Okay. Please, media, can we have the jingle now, please?
Is it back?
No, it's not back. Please, media, let's have the jingle. Thank you. Media, are you with us?
So we can network in the chat box. Yeah, Fashola, you need to be patient with the media. I think the network threw them home. So people can introduce what they do in the chat box for the meantime. The media will come in while we get across to Ambassador Benedict. But please try and check if the last speaker is around too, Mr. Olani Ishonika. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Hello, good evening, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, who is that? Is that Mr. Benedict?
Yes, this is Mr. Benedict. Sorry, I just got
Honorable.
cut off of the network. So sorry about that.
Okay. All right,
Yes.
welcome, sir.
Do I have the section now?
Yes,
Yes,
you've been
sir.
introduced. That's the
Yes.
the senior special advisor to Ondo State Governor on Youth Development and Job Creation. You can have the floor, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, everyone. And good afternoon, the convener of Leadpreneur 2025. I'm very happy to be in your midst, and I am glad and about the CV and pedigree of speakers, the earlier speakers. In fact, I myself have had a lot of opportunity and training here. Basically, I'm speaking on entrepreneurship skill for job creation and economic sustainability. And this topic is always a topic of discussion among startups, entrepreneurs, and existing ones. Basically, entrepreneurship, from my own perspective, it's a broad topic on its own, but it's a dynamic concept of change that has to do with innovation and creativity. But basically, on the topic of discussion, how does entrepreneurship skill, how is it a tool for creating a sustainable job for us and that can transform our lives economically? First, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about creativity and we talk about innovation. And from my own perspective and understanding, there's a little difference between somebody who is venturing into a trade as an entrepreneur and somebody who is venturing into a trade as a trained or an inborn entrepreneur. Because sometimes when the economic situation gets hit hard on any venture, the only people that get going are the entrepreneur. Just a case study from the recent COVID-19 that the whole world is just getting out of. You will discover that it is only the entrepreneurs that were able to innovate and create new ideas, and they're making a lot of resources. And for us, everybody is an inborn entrepreneur, but it's only that many people are yet to discover their own aspect of entrepreneurship. And that is why I've always believed that whatever venture that you are going into as an entrepreneur in acquiring skill, you should acquire skill in line with your passion. Acquiring skill in line with your passion, that is the latest trend in the world now. Because, for example, somebody who learned the skill of fashion designing and his passion fall in line with content creation or art of speaking, you will discover that with time, when there are challenges in this field, definitely it gets bored and such people can get out of business. But if it fall in line with your passion, these are things you do without really expecting to be paid. But when it is in line with your passion and you commercialize your passion, that is why we have a sustainable business platform, sustainable economy platform. And the other aspect of this training is how does entrepreneurs assess funding. And of course, these are areas where there are a lot of concern for entrepreneurs. For example, on this platform today, if we throw a question to everybody that what are the major challenge in your enterprise, in your venture, a lot of people will tell you it is funding, it is funding. And I want to thank Dr. Yetunde for what you have just said about collaboration. In your earlier speech, you talk about collaboration, that it is very, very important. And the last speaker that just spoke, you can see that somebody is already looking at networking and collaborating with such person. So in assessing funding, there are certain things that you need to put in place before you can assess fund as an entrepreneur. Number one, is your venture registered? Is your venture known? Because there's nobody that will commit any fund to you if you don't have identity with government. And that is why from this part of the world, especially in Nigeria, a lot of people who claim to be an entrepreneur, that they are doing business, their business is not actually registered with CAC. And that is why in assessing funding, either a loan, a credit facility, or a grant, there you must have an identity. So that is one of the best way. And also, nobody will commit a fund to your hand if they don't actually see what you are doing in the beginning. And that is why you start small and grow big. Definitely everybody wants to improve their business and grow their business. But definitely you need to start something before you can now think of expanding your horizon, expanding your business, expanding your tentacle. It's not like somebody who is just planning to start a business now and you've not started the business and you don't even know how the business is going to look like, and you are looking for a fund that even people that are in the same business with you cannot even dare to ask for. So these are part of the challenges that we are looking at. The other aspect that is very, very important and very, very germane in the area of assessing fund is how creative is your idea? How sustainable is your business? And that is why, for me, there are some sustainable ventures that, as a young entrepreneurs, I can advise that you go into. Number one, services venture. Of course, people that render service, people will always need their service. You can go into this kind of venture, and people that are into consumables. And of course, people will always want to consume things. So that does not mean that there are no other ventures that are very lucrative. But when we're talking about sustainable ventures, you can build your entrepreneurship skills around this passion, around this venture, around this enterprise of services, production, consumables, creative art, and creativity. And because, of course, these are things that will always be in demand from people and from both the low earner and the high earner within the society. And as another aspect that is very, very important for entrepreneurs is that will make their business very sustainable is the area of collaboration. Of course, in the past time, there is this idea of private-public partnership. But currently, it is now people-private-public partnership, because the people must come first before the private sector.
And irregardless of whatever the private sector is doing, there must be a regulatory body, which is the public sector, because the government has a way of regulating any business, any venture with their policy. So for entrepreneur going into business, you can look at business that are very sustainable in area of services and in area of consumable, in area of creative art and creativity. Because when you are so creative and you are doing something that is so creative, definitely people will look out for you. And then angel investors can come in. And also, when you are now in this venture, you should know that entrepreneurship is a journey that requires
I think the network took him out. Let's wait for him to rejoin. Thank you. Yes, I think it is network. Hopefully he joins back. So before he joins back, maybe we should showcase some of our sponsors.
Hello, are you there, please? Hello?
Yes, sir, we are
Hello?
with you, sir. We can.
Yes,
Can hear
so
you.
sorry. So sorry. I'm trying to battle with my signal here. So, for me, as an entrepreneur and somebody in government, of course, sometimes there's a need for support and patronage from government, and that is why, as a government, it is also expected of us for us to lend hand of support by way of giving a high level of patronage to entrepreneurs, because the journey is also a very daring one, a very challenging one. And the easiest way to encourage entrepreneurs, one of the easiest way is to regulate their activities with policies that are friendly, and to also give a high level of patronage to entrepreneurs. Because indeed, for us to have a sustainable venture, we need to have a sustainable patronage and a sustainable policy that will guide all we do as an entrepreneur. So I want to thank you for having me and on this session, and I hope to meet one of you by way of networking, so that if there are areas where we can connect and do businesses together, either as government, as a private sector, I am all available through the convener. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. We appreciate you. We appreciate your time. I believe we are more informed as far as Nigeria is concerned. There are things you need to do to get your business registered. So we are more enlightened on the necessity of it. Okay, question? Okay, let's both people raising their hands. You've been on our question and answer period. Anybody, so that we don't deny it to any other person? Okay, let's have Africa entrepreneur. What's your question, please? Hello, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes,
we
you're
can
very
hear you.
audible. Yes, you can. I
Africa,
can see somebody.
your question,
Hello,
please.
can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear
sir.
you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. All my question and my concern and focus on this meeting is all about collaboration, partnership, because by the grace of God, we have established to a certain level. So at this moment, we need to exploit. So waiting to do it on our own self alone may not really give us that drive or that expectation we want to get to. We want to stretch out hand of, will I call it hand of fellowship in the area of collaboration, into what we are doing. So by the special grace of God, we are planning to host one of the world-class exhibition by next year. So we're looking at for collaboration, partnership, and all that. So
All right,
it will
thank
involve
you.
so many areas. It will improve the economy, individually, and also bring some profit to government, because we will involve government parastatals, federal and states.
All right, thank you for that. Okay, Usman, let's have your question. Usman, do you have a question for our speaker? Let's
No,
hear you.
sorry. I think it's an old hand. Sorry, let me bring it down.
All right. Okay, so in the absence of no question, we appreciate you, sir, our guest speaker. More strength, and God will protect you in Ondo State. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. God bless you.
So moving on, media, can we have you now for our jingle? At least let's have that as a recess before we have on the last speaker for the day. Really wonderful time. Drop emoji, drop your like, drop your comments on the comment section while we are with our media. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, I think, well, we should check on the next speaker, please. Mr. Olani, are you here? Fashola and Yemi, please check on Mr. Olani. He's supposed to be here. I just sent him a message. I don't know, the media team, I don't know, the audio is not coming out.
Yeah, I
Hopefully
just
they
spoke
will
with
fix
him.
it.
Just spoke with him. He's coming online now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so while he joins us, I'm going to be taking his profile right now. So our next speaker is going to be Mr. Olaniyi Olayinka, and he will be taking us on overcoming adversity, Nigeria's youth entrepreneur success stories. Lee Shoyinka, the success catalyst, as is fondly called, is a live leadership and business coach, trainer, and consultant. He holds an MPhil in leadership and strategic studies and an MBA with specialty in human resource management. With over 10 years of experience in training and development, Mr. Niyi has proven track record of designing and delivering engaging training programs that drive improved performance and customer satisfaction. Mr. Niyi also has several years of experience in the banking industry and has facilitated training for members of staff of Federal Capital Territory Agency, FCDN, Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, FMBN, Keystone Bank, and several others, on subjects that include customer service, performance management, leadership, sales, and marketing. He has also facilitated sections for Click on Kaduna, a Kaduna state government program in partnership with World Bank Group and the Rockefeller Foundation to promote digital skills, State Foundation, Mennonite Economic Development Associate, MEDA. He is also on advisory board of Inactos, Ahmadu Bello University, and also a facilitator at the Mordecai Christian Business Club. He is the author of the best-selling book, How to Earn a Fee from What You Do for Free, Making Big Money from Your Skills, Ideas, and Talent. He is married to Abiodun, a product manager, and a prolific fashion designer, Seyi Creation. Mr. Olayinka Soyinka, do we have you on board now?
Yes, please. Good afternoon. Please confirm you can hear me loud and clear. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you.
Good afternoon, sir. We can hear you.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you also very much. It's such a delight and a pleasure to be here. First of all, I want to thank the team for having put this conference together. I particularly want to start off by thanking Dr. Taiwo, the amazing Dr. Taiwo, Dr. Yetunde. Thank you, thank you. I've watched over the years the impact and the input you've had for youth, especially in the entrepreneurship space. It's really, really commendable. And we must really, really thank you for all that you do. And I know that you don't do this alone. You have an incredible team that has put this together over the years. So thank you, thank you. Nigeria is grateful. I believe every participant is also grateful. I am personally grateful for this program particularly, and most of all for having me here. I do not take it for granted. Not because it's a beautiful introductory line to make, okay? It's truly from my heart. Right, so let's cut to the chase this afternoon. We will be considering the subject of how to overcome adversity, right? Overcoming adversity. I'm talking about some Nigeria entrepreneurship, or if you would love it to say, probably there are English fellows here, they will say entrepreneurship success stories, right? And that is the subject given to me this afternoon. I will largely be speaking about how to overcome adversity, how to overcome adversity. I want to start by saying that Nigeria is a space where adversity perhaps is the norm. By that, I mean that because of many, many reasons, from a bulging population of youths. So if you may, right, we have a large chunk of youths in our country. We are told that over 60% of Nigerians are under 35 years of age, right? That's as interesting as it is scary. Perhaps I'm going too far, but really, that's some of the adversity that we face, right? We have a bulging youth population. Like I said, over 60% of Nigerian population is under the age of 35. In fact, the median age of Nigeria is about 18.1. I think the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics just a couple of weeks ago, or particularly this year, said that the median age was about 18 years. Right now, that's incredible. That's concerning, But again, it's an asset. I'm running a program, particularly a PhD program, that is also related to youth empowerment. So I have this fact in my fingers because, number one, although a lot could see it as scary, which is indeed true in a way, but again, it can be an asset if converted properly, right? If we're able to unearth the entrepreneurship gem in the hearts of our people, it will do a lot in transforming the nation and, of course, enhancing our GDP and all of that, right? So that's why we have adversity. Number one, because of the burgeoning population that the leadership has not done enough to be able to harness, right? The second reason, of course, why we have adversity in our country is that the youth have limited access to capital, right? We have a lot from the fact that youth cannot, not just youth, the Nigerian population, but because I'm talking to youth, right? Or young people rather, and youth particularly, that's why I'm narrowing down to that, right? Because we do not have access to finance, right? Where we even have access to finance, you are being told to bring collateral. And like we jokingly say in the banking sector, you are probably being told indirectly to go bring your grandmother who was late, go bring our goods and our wares, as it were, right? So that's an adversity that we encounter, right? Limited access to capital, right? I can go on and on. Unstable policies, right? Today, the government is saying this. Tomorrow, after 4 years, after 5 years, after 8 years of a government, another comes in and say, no, we're not going right again. Let's go. We're not going south again. Let's go west. Another comes in to say, no, you know what? We're going to go east, right? So there's been a rigmarole of policies here and there, both for governments who change and even for existing governments. I don't want to even talk about the multiple taxation that youths and people generally in business go through, entrepreneurs have to go through. Should I talk about now? I'm not mentioning these woes because it is what it is, but I'm trying to lay a foundation, and I hope I'm communicating already now. So because we're talking about adversity, so if I'm laying this as a foundation, I will definitely come into how we can strategically overcome them. Right? Of course, I don't want this to be a paper where it's all talk. I know it may not be as easier as it's been said, but the truth is the truth, right? So the other thing, so I've mentioned that why we have adversity is the burgeoning population that is not being nursed, right? The other thing I mentioned is limited access to capital, right? The other thing I'm also saying now is unstable policies, right? Policy somersault, policy unpredictability, right? Then you also talk about infrastructural deficit. That's another a challenge, another adversity that we have to overcome. Infrastructural deficit from power issues. Lately in the place where I stay, right, it's been terrible, right? So you have businesses probably into soft drinks, into name it, power. In fact, I think at the time, some Nigerians say that if any government comes next and the only issue they address is just power and perhaps security, they are fine and good. In fact, at one time they basically said, just do power for us, every other thing we'll sort it ourselves. We can sort security by ourselves. We can sort every other issue by ourselves. Just solve the issue of power. Now, these are the adversity, some of the adversities that we go through, right? Infrastructural deficit, power, not just power, infrastructure is not just power. You talk about poor logistics, sometimes even internet limitations, right? These are the challenges and these are the adversity that we go through. I said here, right, in my notes, that adversity is not just a stranger to the Nigerian youth. It's almost a rite of passage. That can be funny, but it's just true. It's not a stranger to Nigerians, right? It's almost like a rite of passage. It's as if, as a Nigerian youth, you must go through adversity. It's just the norm. In fact, ultimately, it is what takes us, and it is what makes us Nigerian, all right? Because Nigerians, they carry last, if you know what I mean, right? So over the years, so with all of these challenges, entrepreneurship is not just a career path any longer. It is more like a survival strategy. It's not like a career path as it is in Nigeria. It is more like a survival strategy. If I don't do this right now, I'm gonna now. And that's simply what entrepreneurship has seen over the years. Let me run us through a few people who have done some striking I've one way or the other been able to overcome this particular adversary. They include a lady called Temi Giwa. Temi Giwa had an issue during childbirth, all right, that she, over the years, right, because one of the blessings of adversity, one of the blessings of crisis is that it brings out the gem and the innovation and the grit in us, right? So I love to even say that sometimes there can be purpose in pain, right? If you are noting that, please note that in time. It is not every time that pain should be disastrous. It's not every time that pain should be limiting. Sometimes pain, ladies and gentlemen, can be a blessing. Pain sometimes, right, can be a purpose. You can find purpose in your pain, some one way or the other. And I've seen it over and over again, over and over again. So let's make it practical. So somebody goes through probably a heartbreak. Somebody goes through I'll bring it out because probably will relate with that easily. Somebody goes through a heartbreak, right? If you are going through one now, I apologize. I'm not picking on you. Of course, I do not know you by person, right? So somebody goes through a heartbreak, right? And oh, she's sobbing, she wants to take her life, or even it's not only ladies now. Why should I even be biased? It's not only ladies that go through heartbreaks, even guys go through heartbreaks. Or it's not only guys, even ladies go through heartbreaks, so vice versa. So let's pick up a guy, say the guy goes through heartbreak and he says, oh, I go kill myself for this life. I don't tire. What is it? I cannot do anything without Rose. Rose is all my life. Or more, let me end it here. But another person says that, you know what? I want to develop tools, not tools now. Probably I want to write a book, right, on how guys can overcome heartbreak, right? Maybe because, so same people going through the same thing, but one found pain. In the pain, one found doom, the other found purpose, right? One found pain, same pain, one found doom, the other found purpose. So, like I said, it may not be as easy as said and done, but I'm saying that in your adversity, in your problem, in your troubles, I'm saying to you this afternoon, what are you seeing? Are you seeing doom? Or you can see purpose out of it? Because I truly believe all things work together for good, right? You can find purpose in that pain, right? So I was talking about Temi Giwa Tubosu, who at one time, right, the problem she had needed that there should be, there was a problem of medical logistics, right? So she tried to say, okay, this is what I've gone through. The medics didn't come through as at the time they could. So she decided to develop a medical logistics company that truly, truly revolutionized that industry. I can go ahead and talk about the guy of Tosin at Money Point, formerly called Team Apt. All right, what happened to Tosin? At one time, he got disappointed with a deal he had with a particular bank. And he said, you know what? I think I can form my own mini bank. The same disappointment, he wrote a deal with that bank. I don't want to mention the name of the bank, right? Right. So the deal didn't pass through. But suddenly this guy woke up and said, instead of me sobbing and crying and saying Nigeria don't happen to me, I want to happen to Nigeria as it were. So today you have Money Point in every nook and cranny, literally, of our nation, overcoming adversity. We can go on and on. Should I talk about Tara who started a company, right, when it was not in vogue at that time? You can imagine in the early 90s starting up a beauty a show, a beauty shop. All right, we can go on and on. Perhaps you are also a story that is yet to be heard of an entrepreneur that overcomes adversity. Kudos to you and well done. In fact, I probably should have started this conversation by celebrating every youth who is an entrepreneur. It's big deal. It's hard work. I know what I'm saying. I am an entrepreneur in a way myself, although I combine that with the 9 to 5. I also consult for companies. All right. I recall somewhere in Kaduna, one of the things we have to deal with as an entrepreneur, I consult for a restaurant, right? One of the things we have to deal with over the years is not just attrition, but integrity issues. So you as a business owner, you want to grow your business, all right? You want more sales, you want to serve your customers better, but on the other hand, you are also dealing with, integrity issues, staff members theft. Just imagine that should not even be coming up to your headache and your stress, but that's what you have to go through. All right, we experience this. It's so terrible. So I must say kudos to you. So how do we overcome adversity? A few key steps, and probably in the next 15, 20 minutes, and I'll call it an afternoon. I hope I'm communicating, please. Please let me know I'm communicating. I can't see it clearly. All right. But I want to be sure I'm communicating so far.
Yes,
if somebody wants
yes,
to put an emoji or you want to let me know that I'm communicating one way or the other.
Yes, sir, we are flowing. We are
All
with
right.
you. We are enjoying that.
All right. Thank you so very much. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Right. So some of the keys, probably 5 or 6 keys that I am penning down here on how to overcome this adversity. Right. Number 1 is to have the right mindset. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that. Right. The right mindset is critical. In fact, I think I started talking about that already. Right. The fact that how do you see that adversity? Do you see it as pulling you down, or you are finding purpose in it? See adversity. Note this. This is what I will say. Do not see adversity as an adversary. Rather, see it as an opportunity. I'll say that again. Do not see adversary as an adversary. Rather, see it as an opportunity to innovate. See it as the birthplace of opportunity. Let me say it in one word. Do not see your adversity as adversary, right? Rather see it as a birthplace for opportunity. See it as a birthplace for innovation. Because many times it is in difficult and hard situations that the best of us can come out, like a juice that you are squeezing. And that's exactly what is happening to us as Nigerians. That's why Nigerians know they carry last. When we leave this country, we thrive in other places. Why? Because what they see there as common, we are used to it. We've gone through hard knocks. We've gone through the heat, and you are taking us to the cold. We'll just take it as one of those things that we go through. All right. So it's very important to see that. Number 1 is to have the right mindset. That's what I'm saying. In order to overcome adversity, refuse to be defined by the challenges. Refuse to be defined by the challenges. It doesn't matter how tough it is, right? Have the right mindset. The other day, everybody was seeing Goliath and saying Goliath to Omo. Goliath is going to kill us. Goliath is going to destroy us. Oh, my head, oh, my head, oh. Everybody was saying Goliath is too big. We cannot kill him. Goliath is too big. We cannot hit him. Do you know what David said? David said, Goliath is too big. I cannot miss him. Oh, very interesting. Everybody cried and said, Goliath is too big. We cannot hit him. David said, Goliath is too big. I cannot miss him. Mindset. How about the other day when the children of Israel, permit me for those who are not Christians here, I just use the stories. The Bible is a storybook, it's a prophetic book amongst many others, right? The other story of the other day when Moses sent 12 spies to go check the land of Canaan. They were going, and when they went there, 12 of them went. 10 came back to say, oh, more. We're like grasshoppers in the sight of these people. Oh, these guys will crush us like hell. Just imagine a human being looking at himself as a grasshopper. All right. But 10 of them said that. But you know what 2 said? 2 said, no. These guys, we can crush them. These guys are meat to us. These guys, they are ready to be taken out. Same people looking at the same thing, but seeing differently. Mindset. I'm looking at the same thing, but seeing different. So I'm saying to you tonight, all right, what are you seeing as an entrepreneur or as a would-be entrepreneur? Can I even tell you? I hope you know, and I trust you know. Probably one of the speakers must have taken it, or probably Dr. Yetili herself. The fact that many times entrepreneurship is birthed out of troubles. In fact, probably you are in your comfort zone today because you are not seeing any trouble. That's why you're comfortable. Sometimes, many times, because entrepreneurship is about solving problems, right? So adversity should not be scary. It should be a tool, because that's even the root of the definition of entrepreneurship: the ability to proffer solutions, the ability to solve problems, the ability to answer questions, the ability to deliver value. But it has to come from adversity. So number 1 is to have the right mindset. Number 2 is to build resilience. I've said it before that Nigerians, they carry last. Nigerians, they die. That's who we are. Resilience is simply the ability to recover quickly from a setback, right? To overcome adversity, you must develop that capacity to bounce back from setbacks. We must all realize that in this climb that we are, like I've defined, adversity and challenges are commonplace. It's not new. There's nothing new under the sun. It will happen to you. It's happening to you already. I've mentioned all of the power, infrastructure, population. So your drive and your goal is to build resilience. Is to be able to say that I'm going to bounce back. I'm going to evolve out of this pending and trying time. I refuse to give up. refuse to give up. That's who I am. So resilience is the second key. You must be able to develop that. You must develop what we call thick skin. That's what it is. A thick skin to say that the climate and the climb will not set in and kill me. Number three is to also adapt. Very close to that is adaptability. Adaptability simply means your ability to be able to manage change, your ability to consistently think of strategies, right, in a changing business climate. Very powerful, right? The climate is continually changing. The climate is evolving. The economy is changing. The climate is shifting. So you must be able to adapt. A lot of it, somebody said once, he said you either adapt or you die. Adapting does not mean you are absorbing everything. Remember, I talked about resilience. Adaptability is simply your ability to change when the time is necessary. So that's adaptability. That means when change comes, right, you are able, you have the muscle, you have the innovation, rather, you have the creativity to be able to adapt that change. That's what adaptability means. And that's what we need. In fact, we must be able to predict time. I had a couple of people one time when we were sitting, when this government was coming in, right? I had them, we talked about it. They sat down and said, okay, Tinubu is coming now, right? What did he do? They went back to 1999. What did he do in Lagos for 8 years? This is the thinking of the man. So this is the direction it's likely to go. I hope many people are not surprised at the policy and the drive, especially the recent tax thing that will be coming up in January 2026. Many people have been anticipating it for years because that's the thinking of the man. That's adaptability. We must be able to come as entrepreneurs to creatively, right, adapt to the time and seasons that we are. Number one, I said mindset. Number two, I said is what? Resilience. Number three, I say is adaptability. Number four is resourcefulness. Now, this is different from resources, right? This is number four is to build resourcefulness. Now, resourcefulness is different from resources. In fact, resourcefulness actually comes in when there's no resources. It means that I have limited resources, right? However, I am resourceful in myself. I'm resourceful because I have brain, I have time, I have relationships, right? So I'm going to harness. So that's what resourcefulness is. It's very powerful. Resourcefulness is not necessarily the presence of resources. In fact, it largely comes in when there's no resources and out of who I am, out of the knowledge bank I have, out of the creativity I have, I'm able to produce from the limited resources that I have. And that's one of the things, that's the ways to overcome adversity. I may not have capital. I probably have social network. You see that now? A lot of people don't think along this way. I may not have technology. I probably had one or two things. So how can I, substitute, whether for now, resourcefulness. And I think adversity should be one of those things that drives us to the school of resourcefulness. So somebody, let me say this to you. In fact, I think some of us will welcome the adversity because the best of us may not evolve until there's this adversity. So develop that resourcefulness. I don't want to go deeply. I can go deeply into this teaching for probably the next 2 hours. The power of resourcefulness is incredible, right? So what matters more than capital is the ability to creatively use what's available. All right? So that's resourcefulness. Creatively use what is available. That's right. How can I, all right, with the little resources I have, the little amount I have, what can I do creatively to be able to harness what I have? I like I said, mentioned, I don't have the network yet, but I have social media. I'm just making it as simplistic as it is, right? What can I do with the available resources within me? I need 10 million, right? When I have 10 million, what can I do with it? I needed 10 million, right? But I just have 2 million. What can I do with the 2 million to be able to deliver on the same assignment? What else can I? Somebody say, oh, it's practically impossible, right? So I'm asking you, probably you can leverage your relationship, resourcefulness. The relationship you have, and that takes me to the next point, of course. The relationship you have can pay for that 8 million. That's resourcefulness, all right? Using what is available to get what you want. Now, of course, that takes me to number 5 that I talked about, networking, relationship. Very powerful, all right? Right? One wise man said, I want to remember that quote now. He said, if all you have is money, you are not rich enough. Sometimes relationship pays for the money you don't have. Sometimes, in fact, it's not just that. Relationship itself is capital. You want to overcome adversity as a Nigerian youth, develop strategic relationship. But guess what? One of the set of people that do not do well in the place of relationship are youths. All right. You cannot say thank you when things are given to you. All you do is somebody sent you $1 million, somebody sent you 500,000, somebody sent you something for school fees. All you do is to say T. What is T? Thanks. All right. You I don't even say T. You say thanks. What's thanks? Thanks is a whole world of different from thank you. If I hear thanks and thank you, there's a whole lot of difference. All right. So as simple as that, a lot of people cannot build, because the truth is this. Remember talking about network. Remember I'm talking about strategic relationships, right? And it can be cultivated. It can be cultivated. See, there are many people who don't know anything, but I can tell you for free, relationship is paying their bills. They are probably dumb. You probably even know them on the street. You say, this guy, how you it? But this one, directly or indirectly, whether consciously or unconsciously, he has mastered the art of relationship. He has mastered how to connect, how to build bridges, how to open a talk, how to open a conversation, how to be of value. Because when you talk about relationship, the first thing that comes to the mind of people is that, okay, this chairman, okay, let me get Dr. Yetige's contact. This program that she's organizing, having this course of people in forum like this, let me see how I can, cash in into her. One of the first rules in building relationship, again, I have what I call the 12 laws of relationship. And that's the first law in those laws is what I call that you yourself become a person of value. The fact that you want to leech on somebody's relationship is even wrong in itself. The first thing, because nobody wants a leech, not even Dangote, not even Elon Musk, as rich and as wickedly rich as those guys are, permit my language, they do not want a leech. They do not want a cent, not a dollar. They do not want a naira to be taken apart from what they are. You need to bring value. So a lot of people do not bring value on the board. So that's why your uncle and your auntie they reject your call, because they know that what you are coming, if you're a student, there's no wala. But I'm also saying, even if you're a student, there's a way. I hope you know there was a day, in fact, me and my wife, I'll give you 2 stories. Me and my wife, before we got married, unconsciously, we said that anybody who is probably we see as a mentor, as a model, it doesn't mean we don't do people for under us. But as a rule, when we're going to visit somebody who's a mentor, as a model, in fact, even those who are younger, but I'm particularly about a mentor now because of the point I want to make. We do not go to them without a gift. Whether it's a bottle of granules or juice, or many times you use fruits. See, as simple as that. In fact, when we presented to one of our mentors one day, he said, do you know that in the last 2 years, nobody has given me anything? I hope I'm not digressing from the point, but I believe it's part of the point, because some people do not understand that relationship is capital, relationship is asset. All right? So don't go to leech. Don't go with the mindset. Go with the mindset. You know what I usually say? I said that I hope you know that the rich also cry. Anytime you go to a blessed or a rich man, right? Look for how to meet their need. And if they do not have a need, create one. Do you see that? If they see what I said again, anytime you go to a model or somebody great, don't just go to pick what you can get from them. No, sir. See how you can add value to them. Find the problems that they have, and if they do not have one, create one. Don't ask me that. That's another masterclass. All right? Create one, but there must be a need around them that you are meeting. And they say that, no, this guy, there's something about this guy. Anytime he comes around me, he wants to see how he can be of help to me. All right? Powerful. Yes. Thank you for the comments that I see there. Said 2 years, nobody gave me anything. I'm telling you, even the rich also cry. They have a need. As small as granite, as small as food, it matters to them. And what you are doing is that you'll be building an emotional bank account. I don't want to go there. You are building an emotional bank account. So when you want to now ask for something, because you have built an EBA, emotional bank account, that's what EBA means. It's not food this time. It's EBA, emotional bank account. Because emotional bank account is like a normal bank account, right? Where a lot of people don't have money, want to withdraw, the account will be red, right? So, but when you have invested emotionally, being there when they need you, going for their naming ceremony, taking granite to them, sending them text of blessing, not even when you need anything. Of course, use wisdom. All right? Then when you want to now ask for something, it's easy because you have made investments. You have made deposits. You have made savings. You want to withdraw. Right? I'm conscious of my time. I think I have less than 10 minutes. I'll round up now. So networking is not just about relationship with bigger people. It can be partnerships, right? To overcome adversity. Let's come back to class as if we're not in class before, right? So let's come back. Partnership. Look for mentorship. Look for collaborations. That's how to overcome adversity. partnership, mentorship, seek mentorship where you can. I hope you realize that your biggest dream in life is somebody's current reality. And I say that again, your biggest dream in life is somebody's current reality. And in case that is wow for you, can I tell you also that your biggest dream in life, you're not there yet, is somebody's past. Oh, I'm saying your biggest dream is somebody's past. So what's the point? Why reinvent the wheel all the time? Why reinvent the wheel? Go to such people and see how you can unearth or gain from their resourcefulness or their resources. This is wisdom and this is true. Number 6, finally, is the place of belief and hope. Right? I believe in, I'm trying to inspire somebody tonight on how to overcome adversity. You must believe. You cannot reap from a country and a nation that you do not believe in, that you do not hope in. Don't be as any other Nigerian. Ladies and gentlemen, I know Nigeria is not me, you and you. I'm not speaking from abroad. I'm somewhere in Lagos on Allen Avenue, right? Having this conversation. So now but I'm telling you for free, you cannot reap from a country you do not believe in, a country that you do not hope in. I know that we can criticize our government, but don't be like the masses who all they do is criticism and they do not see anything. All they see is doom. You must have certain faith and certain belief in spite of unbelief, in spite of the things that will make you not believe, right? A lot of things. Go on social media today, right? There are 1,001 things that will make you and I not to believe in Nigeria. But I'm telling you that if you want to overcome adversity and grow, you need to believe. You need to have hope against all hope. I'm saying this again, you must have, and this is not make believe. It is really what it is, because there is an energy that that's an energy field that you create by your belief. Can I say that again? There's an energy field that you create by your belief or your unbelief. So when you believe, it's something that attracts. When you stay on unbelief and believing in doom and darkness, there's an energy field you attract. This is true. This is true. So let's believe. Let's believe. Believe in yourself. Believe in your vision. Believe in the possibility of change. Believe in the possibility of a new Nigeria. All right? Believe in your ideas. Believe in your capacity to adapt. Believe that there can be change. Believe that there can be growth. Let me end with this quote. See adversity as raw material for creativity, ladies and gentlemen. Adversity refines you. It should refine you and not define you. I'm closing right now. Adversity should refine you and not define you. It should not define you. It should refine you. There are two words here. Adversity should not define you. It should rather refine you. All right? You may not control your environment, but you can control your response to it. You can't control how the shenanigans of government, but you can control your response to it. You cannot control. Oh, they can't hear me. You can't hear me. Audio lost. Oh my. Where did you hear me last? Oh my. Oh
We
my.
can hear you, sir. We can hear you, sir. Please, we can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. So the person that cannot hear me is your network. Sorry about that. Thank you. Probably you need to check your network, right? So every other person said they can hear me. So see adversity as raw material, ladies and gentlemen, for creativity. Adversity refines you. It should not define you. You may not control your environment, but you can control your response to your environment. Just as about coming to this class, I saw a quote and that struck me. It said that the greatest entrepreneurs are not those who have failed, but those who refuse to give up on their dreams. The greatest, was Felix Achibiri that said that. He said the greatest entrepreneurs are not those who have failed, but those who refuse to give up on their dreams. Can I say that one more time? The greatest entrepreneurs are not those who have failed, but they are those who refuse to give up on their dreams. Because you see, even in adversity is a story. Listen to me. How can your story be sweet? How can you tell us that as if you are blessed with probably parents or mentors who gave you an unfair advantage, there's no problem. It's a good story. But I think a sweeter story is that I started from nowhere. I started from zero. I started knowing nobody, but somehow by coming to a conference like this, right, that Dr. Yetunde organized 2025, I was fired up by all the speakers. And that day I decided, oh my, thank you for that kind word. All right. I decided that going forward, I'm going to be resolute. I'm going to be resilient. I'm going to be strategic network. All right. How can your story be sweeter? That day, the teaching changed my mindset about people, about Nigeria. I woke up and said that I'm gonna become. Your story will be sweeter. I went through this. I lost all my money. My first 5 million. Somebody promised me something. And your story will be sweeter in adversity. It can't even just be sweet when it's all rosy. I believe I've been a blessing to someone this afternoon. Maybe 1, 2, 3 people. Again, thank you for your time. And I'm signing out. I want to deeply apologize. I told Dr. Yetili yesterday that I'm in a training. I had to quickly bash out, and that's why you're probably seeing my background. In fact, I had to do my best to ensure that my face is showing. But I believe you got value. Thank you so very much for your time. Dr. Yetili, Fasola, and everyone, I believe you added value to you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Wow, this is mind-blowing. I mean, I don't even know what to say. This is raw Nigerian package. Thank you so much, sir. You spoke from your heart. I mean, it's a heartfelt speech. Yes, we've enjoyed all speakers, but this one shows our blood. Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate you. We appreciate everyone. Yes, any question in the house? I can see you so thrilled with this speech. Any question? Okay, Nkechi Goodness. Can we have you?
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the moderator. Mine is not actually a question. Mine is just an appreciation to the organizers, to the facilitators that have been taking us from one teaching to another. This last one is totally powerful. It's incredible. I want to thank Mr. Soyinka for a very super powerful, teaching. Almost 50 or 60% of what he's just said now is all about my footprint.
Wow.
It's all about my story. So
wow.
I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm very much excited. In fact, I am loaded from the beginning to the end. I am loaded. It's good to be patient. Starting from 11 o'clock till now, this is to 3. It shows that there is love, there is passion for learning. And I believe that no piece of information that I have gathered from this setting that I will not implement even till tomorrow. I run an NGO. I'm the CEO of Goody Food Bank Foundation. In fact, I'm taking everything that I've learned today into my, daily operations. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm grateful.
Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Okay. Since there is no other hands up, once again, we want to thank you, sir, Mr. Olaniyi Soyinka, for that heartfelt delivered, I'll call it encouragement, not speech, but an encouragement for all Nigerians, for all youth, to make sure that they keep pushing on. They don't give up. We face our realities with courage, and that's the Nigerian blood. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We appreciate you. On that note, we are moving closer to the end of the program. We are drawing our curtain very soon. So we are drawing, sorry, I think the network has an issue. So we are drawing our curtain very, very soon. It's been a wonderful session from Speaker 1, Mr. Kelechi, Dr. Yetunde Taiwo, Mr. Rohan, Mr. Orioye Benedict, and Mr. Olaniyi. Thank you so much for all those powerful packed speech. We appreciate you. At this junction, I think my work here is done while I hand over to our Honorable Mama, Dr. YTA. That is Dr. Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle. Thank you, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Can you see the screen? Hello, can you see the screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
see.
So we are trying to play a jingle. I don't know why the audio is not playing, but the audio is playing from here. So just get the information, then we come. We are done with the program, so we'll come on top. We'll come back to take it away. Just get the information.
Okay, so let me give a brief recap of that video clip you are seeing since we don't have the audio. That is the last that's the graduation of the last cohort, that is cohort 7, mentorship program by the YTA. And we have in attendance physically our mama there and our loving, ever supporting husband, Daddy Adekunle. All mentees, graduates were 8 in number in that attendance, including myself that is speaking to you. I'm right there. So we really appreciate Mama for putting so much effort into raising young generations. Thank you, Ma. Thank you, Ma. Your strength will not diminish. That is, yes, just enjoy the clip. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful section.
All right, thank you, Fashola Blessing. God bless you. Fashola Blessing happens to be the team lead. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, let me know before I continue.
Yes, we can hear you.
God bless you. So she is the team lead for cohort 7. All right. So please kindly mute yourself so that you will be able to get what I'm saying. So YTA mentorship. Hello. Okay, can the co-host mute everybody? All right, thank you. So YTA mentorship started in 2020, and our aim is to give guidance, counseling to youth between the ages of 22 to 35 across the country, to give them mentorship on leadership and entrepreneurship. Please, when you are in a meeting like this, try to mute yourself. You are not the one talking. All right, can you still hear me? Like I was saying, we give guidance and free mentorship to youth between the ages of 22 to 35 across the country. So we mentor them on leadership, relationship, and on business development. So it's free for 6 months. So you can apply. I think the team has been sharing the website via the chat box. You go to www.ytamentorship.ng. So YTA is an acronym of my name, Yetunde Taiwo Adekunle. So you can do that. So these are just some pictures. We started with cohort 1. So we are now taking new intake for cohort 8. Cohort 8. So that's okay. So I will stop sharing my screen so that we can move to the next next agenda. If you see, something has been very consistent today, very, very consistent. Most of the speakers have been saying things about this particular stuff, and that is collaboration, partnership, innovation. So as entrepreneurs, as industry leaders, I would like you to take it as something very, very important. Yeah, no, this program is for everybody. I'm talking about the free mentorship. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that YTA is a mentorship group. So we are the one that is hosting this program. This one does not have any age limit. No. However, if you want to apply for our free mentorship, that's the 6 months, you must be from age 22 to 35. So that is what I'm saying. So failure does not define you, as Mr. Shoyinka said, it only refines you. And I tell you that failure is not the end of the matter concerning you. It's just the beginning of a new discovery about yourself. If you are a Christian, the Bible says that a man will fall 1 time, but will rise up 7 times. You understand? Even if you fall 7 times, you will still rise up again. How many times have you fallen? You understand? Okay, yeah, the team will share the link, www.ytamentorship.ng. So it's a free mentorship for youth. However, we have our own business academy. As YTA, no government is sponsoring us. Thank God for some people who sponsor this program. That's why you are able to attend free, and thank God for the speakers. Or do such. I don't want to mentor my daddies and mommies. Mr. Abang. So I'm going to read my vote of thanks now. Okay, thank you, Fashola. You can check the chat box. So yes, you can go and register for cohort 8. For cohort 8. If you apply, if you are eligible, you'll be taken in, and then you go through the 6-month program. It's a virtual program, and there's no stress. Sometimes you have just one lecture in a month or two. In a month, you do your assignments, no problem. We don't really stress people. Just follow the code of conduct, do your assessment activities, and that's all. So also, I don't know if you have any other media to show. The audio has really been bad, but thank God for the visuals, right? So I will go into my vote of thanks while the coordinator or the person who is praying will do that. For this program, yes, it is absolutely free. So normally last year, participants told us to convert it to that is a master class for them. So if you want certificate of participation, yes, if you want certificate of participation, yes, you will reach out to my team. They will tell you what to do. You just pay a token, then we send the recorded audio to your email with your certificate. So last year, participants asked us to be doing that. However, if you want certificate of participation and completion for this masterclass from YTA, reach out to anyone. You can identify yourself as a member. We have committee members here in the chat box. Yes. So they will tell you what to do to get your certificate of participation for this Leadpreneur 25 Global Conference. And then we will share the link to you. We'll share the recorded audio of today's masterclass into your email. That will be it. So as we conclude, distinguished guests and esteemed delegates and fellow global citizens, as we conclude the Leadpreneur Global Conference, I extend my deepest gratitude to each of you for your active participation, insightful contributions, and unwavering commitment to our shared goals. May the connections forged, ideas, and spark knowledge gained during this conference propel you towards success, a greater success, and inspire positive change in your spheres of influence. I declare the Leadpreneur Virtual Conference closed with immense appreciation for your presence and engagement. To the guest speakers, the delegates, the team member, and everyone, thank you and farewell. Shalom to you all. So if you want to participate in any of our programs, you can get my contacts or reach out to my team. If you want to sponsor the next program, please, it is needed. Reach out to my team too, because look at this program. We needed to have like thousands of people attend this program. Or you see, see how many people is attending. So you need to tell other people to come and gain from this. God bless you. Thank you. What's next? Moderator, who is taking the closing prayer and all that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Yes, Miss Olubumi, can we have you for the closing prayer, please? Miss Olubumi, are you with us? Okay, since she's not, I think I'll have to take the closing prayer myself. Shall we pray? Father, we thank you for today. Daddy, we thank you for the success of this program. Daddy, we thank you for all the speakers you used for us. We thank you for the knowledge you gave to them to impact us this much today. It's not a waste of time, but an investment of time. Father, we say thank you, accept it in the mighty name of Jesus. Dear Lord, we pray for every entrepreneur here, every youth, every young adult, every adult here, that you will prosper us in the mighty name of Jesus. That we ask, oh God, that our adversities will not swallow us, rather prosper us in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, righteous Father. As we go today, you go with us in the name of Jesus. We depart to meet in peace and not in pieces in Jesus' name. We declare that Nigeria will remain at peace in the mighty name of Jesus. We pray that you bless our host, Dr. Yetunde Adekunle, and our husband for putting together this wonderful program, and every team member in the mighty name of Jesus. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' mighty name we are praying. Amen. Thank you. We love you from YTA.
Thank you too. Looking forward to collaborate with you. I'm interested. I can come in. I'm interested, though I've filled my own form. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, ma. Do have a lovely rest of the day, everyone.
All right, you too. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, the moderator. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I look forward for collaboration and other business relationships. Thank you.